So definitely, when it comes down to Frederick, the main problem has always been mobility, right? And the very fact that Philippines drafted a Frederick into the EXP, that means that as long as you're able to find someone from inside of Indonesia to just really ragdoll against the Frederick, I think that you generally do very well in the lane and in the game if you're able to assist in many of these team fights involving the turtle objectives, middle lane as well. So with that all said, Kagura! Okay! Kill zone. Remember how we talked about kill zone? This is what Kajika wants to do. Oh, this is what Kagura wants to do, right? You're able to escape from all of these petrifies and all the kind of jazz with the Raku umbrella free, or perhaps even open up some of these maps with the umbrella to ensure that there is no Kajika within of the brush.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abstract. I really like this Segura right now for exactly the reasons you prescribed, right? Having that inbuilt purify to get away from the visa and being able to scout bushes more easily. With a Bruno out as well, Indonesia already posing for a strong scaling composition. So Philippines have to be able to match that somewhat. We do see the clinch, so that at least is a hero that won't get bullied too hard by Bruno in a lane. But it's also quite an easy target for Ling once you get laser on into the game. So this is gonna be a tricky one for Team PH.
Yep, I'm not too sure how this game is gonna look like because both teams they kind of have almost a similar kind of win conditions, except for lane priority. There's definitely a differing option when it comes down to Indonesia with a stronger lane priority. They have very good answers to the threat, the soulless threat coming in from the opposite side. And to make matters worse, at least for the side of Philippines, is that they are still loving the double revitalized tech. So Diagon doesn't have the flicker that he can connect his horns with anymore. He's all about survivability together with Zero, but I'm not too sure whether Philippines have got that AoE damage to really make full use of that BC front line and just healing for the backline.
Yeah, I think Team Philippines in game number two really need to try and focus on their mid trio specifically, because All Puerto is really the best player that you can maybe make something happen on early on, right? And if they're not able to do so, Indonesia just straight up has so many tools for getting away from ambushes. So the pressure is on here for Team Philippines as already a lot of hope being done by Sunny and Vivian.
Yeah, you can pretty much see the Vivero, and at least she does have got a quick setting down. So moving around is not going to be too big of a problem. Now, Diagon, we talked about this, right? Diagon doesn't really quite have got a very good wave clear capability, especially since you're going up against the Highlands as well. Both of them are equally tanky. The only problem and the only difference is that when it comes down to Highlands, he does have got a ring of punishment that can clear with very effectively, which will kind of push and force Diagon to be stuck in the lane.
At least that Fumi Echo will be able to unlock herself from the XP lane a lot more easily and just generally has more mobility overall. The icon on the Fredrin can actually be fairly sticky, right? Because Fredrin, the taunt is quite spammable. But Indonesia has so much mobility that the only real target that the Agan's going to be able to lock down is Fumi Echo most of the time.
Yeah, in fact, that is very much true. But in the meantime, look at this. It does seem like Philippines want to go for a very early engage on the Echo with the revitalize already being taken out. So I will say that that is definitely going to be one of the great deals for Philippines because taking away that revitalize just severely dwindled down Indonesia's main survivability in the very first of the fight. For Philippines, they still have double revitalize. You gotta have to really watch out for the upcoming fight.
I like that Sunny's even invading into the jungle alongside Duval here to try and steal the buff. Oh, single hit! A beautiful trade happening between the gold laners and still somehow survives. Sets up the kill for the rest of their team, but the Ogi Shadow kill of Puerto is going to be able to do an eye for an eye here and pick up Duval.
And now Philippines, when it comes down to El Puerto, level 6. While in the meantime, Indonesia, okay, he's level 6 as well. But the main thing is, Val did lose some life once, and that means that the purple box is currently unavailable for the next few minutes.
And that means that the Philippines have a greater control over the turtle pit right now. Elsewhere, though, going for a slightly greedy route, wanting to farm every single jungle camp before contesting it again. But I guess they can't really blitz it down with Fumi Echo still providing a vision. So despite the kill and a really opportunistic timing, they're not quite able to get a free objective yet.
Turtles priority over to the side of Philippines. Indonesia very likely is not too interested in taking it. And if they really want to take it, they're gonna have to wait for the turtles to take it down.
Look at all the cooldowns being wasted on Fumi Echo. They're using literally every single ultimate on her, and they'll finally take out the Hylos. But what do they have left? Here comes the bomb, and the place comes out. Vivian also dropping very.
Oh!
Puerto with the double, with the triple. That's the Hayabusa picking up 3 members of Elisa. And now Puerto surviving to need the touch as well. The flicker out to the Segura. The
Oh! The cycle's eye!
not gonna let this go. That is going to be 4 kills for the Filipino team.
A series of unfortunate events. I gotta have to say that was painful. When it comes down to Indonesia, number one, okay, maybe it's not exactly unfortunate events, but it was Amoris. Amoris, very, very comfortable. You can see that she climbed the breath of the ocean perfectly. Perfect timing. So when Vival were to land on the 10,000 plate, and after going for the very first sword with the Defiant Sword, she's gonna be blasted up into the sky, and that was just perfect, perfect precision from the side of Morris. Well, in the meantime, man, Cynic wasn't able to get away with that Cyclone's Eye. Slightly misjudged the thickness of the wall. It is definitely a scalable wall with the Cyclone's Eye, but probably not the right angle.
And now Vivian being caught out yet again. Unstoppable streak now for Al Puerto. 5-0 on the Hayabusa. The last thing you want to see if you are on Team Indonesia's position. Florence halfway comes out. Still being contested. Fumi Echo has to stop Al Puerto from being able to get another one. But the Hayabusa immediately jumps onto Segura. Oh, he's got to show really scaring around. City actually jumping away from the ocean. Not for how long? Still disappeared by Indonesia. The Philippines still healing back up. And Fumi Echo left all by her lonesome. Raises wrath. Actually finds the double kill. And the step down to Al Puerto.
วันนั้นอุปนอยู่ตรงนี้สิ่งที่ไหนมาเล็บของที่ได้เด็ด
You guys may
Uzu
think
dong,
that the
okay.
Ring of Punishment deals no damage, but hey, let's be honest, at the moment that you let Fumi Echo that high loss to stay alive for more than 5 seconds is going to do quite a number to you.
And now Vivero in a lot of trouble. Went way too far to try and chase down Cell. Ends up punished by Vival's very opportune arrival.
It's definitely a tough match over to the side of Indonesia this time.
Yeah, it's still like Philippines and Indonesia every time. Yeah, bro, they are the top region, you know, one of the best top region. So yeah.
Value out of picking up that Segura haven't really been able to escape from these fights with the Rashu Umbrella Free, and perhaps even some of these crazy amount of burst that we might be able to find. But hey, maybe just give her 2 more minutes, and we should be able to see a little bit more of that.
Cell able to get a free tower up top against Yagon. But this is actually a very good timing for Team Philippines. Al Puerto just finished her Sky Piercer, and this is a 5-kill Hayabusa. It's going to be quite easy for her to continue racking up those stacks unless Indonesia is able to stop that momentum. Otherwise, this is going to be quite a snowball.
You can see from the team, they have got the priority over the lanes, and they really want something here.
Now Radiant stands for multiple ultimates being spent. Cell, despite the purify, not able to get away as he is just being ganged on. But here comes the rest of Indonesia. City can be able to pick up a Mortis, Perez, and stick over the wall. Flores halfway comes out, slowing down the Philippines retreat. But Indonesia also taking a lot of poke damage. Diagon and Guerrero actually very hard to take out. And Al Puerto runs the flank, picks up the first guy here to kill, Captain City off guard.
Now they're trying to look at things from the Philippines perspective. Double revitalize onto Frederick is actually pretty nutty, especially since you have a lot of health to work with. You can keep healing up your health, and it doesn't even deplete the gray health that you have done, and you will just be stacking up the gray health like crazy, like as though you have a Guardian helmet already. So honestly, as long as Philippines is able to land that appraisal's wrath, that appraisal's wrath will end up being one of the key ultimates that will be able to do crazy amount of damage to an AOE effect over the side of Indonesia. So Philippines, they gotta have to find a way to really lock people down all in one fell swoop, and for the breath of the ocean plus the Petrify combination, you gotta have to make matches work during that short amount of time frame.
Yeah, so far, I think we're seeing a much better performance of the Philippines in game number 2. Even though Indonesia should have a lot of tools for escaping from engages, DH is understanding that they can. Oh, hold on, though. You gotta
Oh!
Beautiful timing from Vivian with that way of the dragon. Hayabusa not able to survive that one.
Damn, oh damn. Vivian. Absolutely crazy onto that show. And I don't think that that's going to be the end of it from the start of Vivian.
Now Fumi Echo in a lot of trouble. Revitalized, so keeping her alive. And even dodging the Raging Dancer. Amora is taken out by City with an ambush in the backline. And Shell finishing Vivero off. The 3 members' ability is taken out in quick succession.
Really fast movement and fast thinking for the side of Fumi Echo. And considering the fact that one of the main ways that you gotta have to run away from is to turn onto the left side of the obstacle to really get yourself closer to the turret, but that wasn't even the perspective of Fumi Echo. The staying within of that glorious pathway is more than enough, especially since, you know, you gotta have to count your the advantage, right? You gotta count your decision. And in this case, you don't want to go underneath the turret, you want to stay in the glorious pathway and play it around Vivero. Throughout all of that, still survived. There was absolutely no value from Philippines in that previous fight. And now, with all of these duels and all this scrambling, it kind of seems as though the macro game is just not quite the thing. In fact, this is kind of reminiscent to what a Philippines versus Philippines would kind of look like.
Yeah, I think Indonesia's happy at times. They're spending a lot of resources on Fumi Echo in every single fight, and they're doing it again. Glorious Traffic comes out. Fumi Echo still alive with the revitalize, and just the blade comes out. Cell picking up another kill onto Vivero. This is literally what we were talking about. They cannot keep targeting Hylos.
The moment that you keep targeting Hylos and just kind of throw all your ability over to Fumi Echo, you kind of lose so much resources. Hold on a second. Vivian wanting to look for something here.
And Vivian scouts out the Philippines but finds too many members. That's 1v4. Vivian gonna be taken out. But again, a lot of ultimates used just to finish her off. Amora into the Lord hit. Cell actually gets the last hit, beating up both junglers. And Amora is now punished. Diagon face down. Indonesia starting their snowball to take on it. Rival taking a lot of damage. Perez does actually have items, but things are not looking good for the Philippines.
The comeback of the century from Southern Indonesia is starting to really set foot in the land of God. Philippines have got a great start, but let's be honest here, Indonesia's micro decisions have constantly been showing triumph in some of these battles. Unfortunately for Vivero, one of the main initiators, I suppose, because the fact that you don't have a flicker is actually very difficult for you to initiate. But regardless, Vivero still goes for it anyway and found herself in uncharted waters time and time again. At least if you do have the flicker, you are able to adjust the trajectory of your raging sandstorm. At least you will at the very least be able to hit someone. But the moment that you go a little bit too far, you miss everyone. Yeah, you're just gonna be a sitting duck over there for the backfill.
I think Team Philippines really needs to be a little bit less trigger happy. Their lineup is so cooldown based, and they're using all of those cooldowns on Fumi Echo and Vivian. Picking off, for example, once again, the Lord has already broken out the bottom inhibitor. Philippines getting locked down together, a lot of damage taken, Raging Sands of Ultimate on Vivian, and Fumi Echo picking up the front line and soaking every single little thing thrown at her with the crowd to avoid the running waves.
Oh!
Picking up a more and Diana with the great rep does not do enough. Yet flipping another one down. Only 3 members standing for Team Philippines. Another minion wave pushing in, but Indonesia also needs to be careful here. They'll go ahead, back it off, play safe, go for the mid inhibitor instead.
Oh man, looking at the side of Philippines, it kind of seems as though their win condition is just not quite really there. They are constantly trying to bring down Fumi Echo, but they can't bring Fumi Echo down at all. Oh, Hayabusa beaten down like a sitting duck.
And that football actually Acer down to the ends of the earth right there. Petrify on sale, but the rough waves used on the minion wave because Amoris just has no choice. Vivian with the conceal and backline, maybe a bit too greedy there. Will lose her life for that play. Razor's Wrath again, not really doing all that much, but the goal now for Philippines is just to clear minions. And so far, they're still holding on to their crystal.
Very close to eventually ending the game. Indonesia wanted to go for a full-out team wipe over to the side of Philippines, but unfortunately wasn't able to see the end of it. But regardless, as long as they don't overextend themselves too much, they should be able to find themselves still in the game. Considering the fact that, look at this, 37k gold for the side of Philippines and 43,000 gold for the side of Indonesia. We are definitely looking at quite a bit of a lead for the side of Indonesia for them to take this lot down easy peasy, and then subsequently bringing down the inhibitor turret in the top lane to slowly secure themselves the win.
A lot of pressure is on Perez now. That's the only consistent damage Philippines has. Shini being forced out, unable to flicker away, and Reagan Saffron wasted again. Rivero, you gotta hold on. Good move that wave dragon. Use on the lead. Meanwhile, Fubi Echo 1v4, just tanking everything and pressure the place right on top of the Philippines. Meanwhile, able to dump away. The rest of the Indians are coming in. Actually doing a lot of damage to Cell and Finny, but they're still alive, and that is what matters. Rivero and Perez gone. Indonesia full control over the Lord.
As you can see, you gotta respect our Brazil's Wrath, man. You gotta have to respect that. The moment that double revitalizes is put up and you can see the crazy amount of gray health on the side of Diagon, honestly, it's very easy to underestimate what kind of damage their Brazil's Wrath will be able to bring in. But now Indonesia have got a sweet piece of that. I don't think that they will ever want to run right in the face of Diagon if Diagon is having a free reign, and of course, tunnel vision, very important. Philippines may want to play on the tunnel visioning from the side of Indonesia the moment that Indonesia all in onto a single person, such as Vivero, for example. That would have been the perfect time for Diagon to kind of unleash a counterattack.
Is it gonna be? It's gonna be possible for Philippines to counterattack this. The high ground defense is all right with Clint, but that's about all they have. And the Lord is pushing in mid lane. So dealing with the field, the Akon taking so much damage already. George Traffic comes out of Tracy back to the field. Akon with his right high. Sparrow taking a lot of damage. Cell actually being targeted by the rough waves, able to survive all of it. But Simao already something in great to see. Indonesia has switched their plans around. They go for the final inhibitor instead, as they're not able to break down the crystal.
Is now Indonesia is going to tuck their tails between their legs and running from behind. Philippines pushed Indonesia away despite losing all of their inhibitor turret and exposing them into a barren wasteland. Philippines still managed to reclaim their jungle, push out all of these waves, and this is going to open things up a little bit more for Perez as well as Alfredo to get even more fun from this point onward. Indonesia is starting to really respect Philippines for the amount of wave clear that they have got, and of course the damage that they have got as well. So Indonesia, they want to play safe itself. So they gotta play it a little bit slow. But I'm not too sure if whether that is a sound decision.
I think the best case scenario for Indonesia is just to continue playing as patient as they always have been, right? Because up until now, they've been able to win team fights consistently against the Philippines because the latter has just been spending all of their cooldowns before the fight even really starts. But in that previous one, because Indonesia tried to force their way through on top of the crystal, it allowed PH to use their cooldowns on more important targets. So they cannot replicate that unless they want Philippines to be able to actually make this comeback.
Slowly but surely, Indonesia just slowly losing control of the game. 4,000 gold lead as we speak right now. Indonesia definitely had more at some point in time, but Philippines, I think that they have kind of changed the way that they play as well. They're actually putting Diagon to just kind of open up the map a little bit more and just kind of be the anchor of the team. Back then, I would say that Philippines, they have constantly been very hot-headed and fast on their fingers when it comes down to initiating with Amores. But you gotta have to remember, this is more or less the same kind of win condition from game 1 to game 2. Philippines wants to have the brushes. They need to have the element of surprise. And the moment that Indonesia gives that away to Philippines and you, that is Philippines' #1 lifeline.
Yeah, I think Philippines, Amor is especially being able to find Shell in that previous base push to really reduce the amount of damage they could have potentially taken. So if they're able to do that again, there is a perfect opportunity to make it back into this. Because all things considered, we're 18 minutes in, the network difference isn't actually that big. It's still possible to try and make this comeback. So it's gonna take a lot of finesse.
Now, slowly see the slow pursuit of the Lord from both teams. Dianagon really anchoring down and being that solid brick wall right in front of Indonesia. I would say that Vivero doing the absolute same as well with the thick amount of HP that they've got. But of course, something brewing.
Oh, flicker away from Dragon onto the Agon, right into the rest of the team, and the Earth Shadow Field comes out, and already still has to back it off. Dival still going to be able to secure the Lord away, and City is in the back line with Serini and overturn of Huevo bursted in an instant, and now Philippines can no longer escape. That's going to be a double kill for Andrew, who's just trying to survive, but look at how surrounded he is. Triple kill, Maniac!
Oh my god!
Indonesia wipes out the Philippines and takes the series and the upper bracket finals. Your first AEG Grand Finalist, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be none other than Indonesia.
To win the game in 2-0 faction is one thing. To win the game with the Lord completely unutilized is another thing. But to win the game 2-0, not unutilized, Mania to tell, that's a whole different thing and a testament from the side of Indonesia to show that they are truly the Titans as they pose a heavy threat to every single team here in the Asian Esports Games 2024 as they stand top of the summit waiting for the challenger to still be mountain.
I think anyone who's been following the women's Mlbb ecosystem for long enough knows that the Indonesian women's team is one of the strongest in the globe, basically.
Other spot, right? But you got actually I think China does play a show, so I think that is not out of the question just yet. Oh, okay, that's right. It will be show.
Yeah, most likely not. The Hylos and Khalid are both flexible, but it means that one is Roman, one is EXP. For certain, this already will create a very, very solid front line for China, and actually quite a difficult
China million
group as well
đô
for
la có
Cambodia. But one thing that they're going to be lacking going into the next phase is burst damage, because all of these heroes do damage over time, kind of slowly, with the exception of maybe Khalid early on. You got to have consistent burst overall. And so, ideally, you want some more early game leading marksmen or junglers. I am looking at something like the Alpha right now for China.
Alpha. Okay, I think that would be a good pick for them as well. That pretty much allows them to have a very strong lead in the early stages of the game, considering the fact that the lead is able to clear the way together with the Juicin. So far, these first three picks pretty much pretty strong. Well, for the Cambodia, just looking at Bruno, right? If we are going to be looking at Bruno in the gold lane, we would hopefully want to get some priority and kind of win the lane here and there. Either still ambiguous would either go to the EXP or the roam at this point as we speak. But since we are going through the drafting, or rather since we're going through the bag, I think that looking at mage might be interesting, right? How does Aurora sound like? The fact that China really seems like they want to initiate.
Cambodia obviously is going to be banning out junglers on their side since China hasn't locked theirs in yet, while China will probably be focusing on the mid laners in respawn. Getting rid of things like Vexana or Aurora would probably make sense. I think you do get rid of Aurora here if you're really trying to focus down more on the mid lane. And since Suyo is still open, Cambodia banning it out is a good idea. But they opted for the Julian ban instead of the Alpha. So that means that option is still open for China if they want to go for it. And yep, just as we predicted, Aurora will be taken off the table. Cambodia will still have things like Paramis or Valentina, but they're a little bit less viable here.
I actually think that depending on what is going to be the jungler for the side of China, if they actually happen to pick up a alpha, then the Lori on the side of Cambodia might actually look pretty darn good. Especially since it's so telegraphic as to how China wants to start a fight because of the current pathway. That is pretty much setting up for Lori to go for some insane passive damage even before the fight starts.
Well, Cambodia bringing something interesting to the table instead, though. We have the Nana mid lane on the side of Cambodia, which is going to be very, very interesting. It is true, Nana actually has very, very long range, so she's not going to be too worried about getting poked by the Lancet Slayer most of the time. It's very interesting, the idea that they brought here.
Okay, you know what's the funny thing? Yesterday when Cambodia played in game two, they picked up an Odette to their composition. There was a comment that said even Nana could do better. So I see that's where the inspiration came from. But it's like Cambodia is like, let's try it out.
I mean, why not, right? Inspiration can come from the most curious of places. So if that person is here, they're definitely saying "I told you so" to everyone straight away. But the Moskov and Nolan are gonna be the options for China. I did kind of forget about the Nolan here. Another early game assassin that should work pretty well, especially since with the Nana and Bruno now, there are actually some pretty sticky heroes on the side of Cambodia that he could go for the execute on. And if you combo it well with Houston and Hylos, it can create a lot of space for this Moskov to get scaled up.
So with that all said and done, the entirety of China's composition has been laid out. Cambodia finishes it off with a T-Grill pick onto their side. So at this point in time, it's pretty fair to say that there is a lot of crowd control, great initiation from the side of Edith, and that they can definitely follow up with a nice little explosion. And we know just how much damage that a Nana could bring out in the late stage of the game when it comes down to Molina Blitz as well as the Boomerang. I think a lot of people will always underestimate how much damage a Nana could deal just because he's one of the pioneer heroes that has been released with minimal amount of revamp. So we gotta have to look out for the scaling that for the Nana for sure.
There's a lot to look out for, but that means even more entertainment and even more Mlbb action coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome game number one of the losers round 3 with the People's Republic of China on the blue side versus Cambodia on the red. And despite the strangeness of the Nana pickup, this is actually pretty standard composition. So Navi losing passive this early.
I don't quite understand why is Nabi actually kind of just going into the Lantern Flare despite her almost dying and all. So that's definitely a little bit curious, but hey, it's just a passive. The passive will be back in a short little bit. I don't think that that's gonna be too big of a problem anyway.
Yeah, I think Nami just walked forward because she knew she still had the passive, so she wasn't going to die, and she needed to get the EXP from the first minion wave to hit level 2. Unfortunately,
Fair.
Uwe on the Tigreal, trying to go into the jungle and make sure that Khalid would not invade, cost Navi a lot of lane priority against the Hylos in combination, which means China is going to be able to rotate a lot more easily in these first few minutes.
Yeah, so I think that it will just be a matter of time before Cambodia kind of gets itself back on the feet. But Turkish dealt a crazy amount of damage on Tegami, but Tegami decides to go back over to the Swat channel, but he's gonna be fine for now. It is just a little bit of a poking from both of these two teams. It's gonna be okay.
And this is why we talked about the Juicin in the draft, right? And why I suggested Cambodia should ban it out. It just creates so much pressure. Nana was picked up because of the range of her abilities, and even then, with Hylos around, there's no way for Navi to walk up and lay it, and Vermouth is already being very active on the map, which is exactly what she should be doing. Cambodia actually has a good amount of early game burst damage, so Vermouth needs to expend her pressure to make sure they cannot execute on it.
Pretty good rotation coming from both sides, but the resistance on from Jessica lands on Tegami. Tegami wants to take the turtle, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. As such, Nolan hits the turtle right underneath the nose of Cambodia. Reverbu taking the first blood over to the side of Nana, while Jessica yet Another one in the bag onto the side of Tegami. For the rest of China, Street continues to move on over to the side of Cambodia. The Earthshatter did manage to land on two, but at the cost of his own life, of Jessica wants to finish it off onto UEE, but I don't think that she will be able to. Luckily, she survived to tell the tale.
Three kills though, that was beautifully played by team from China. I think especially focused. Her positioning was perfect. She was being targeted by two members of Cambodia. I believe it was Moshi and Ue, and was still able to dash perfectly in between them to not get CC'd and time the retry on the turtle at the precise timing. Not to mention Jessica being able to flick it in right as the turtle started to land the stun on Tegami with the Raging Sandstorm. Even though Cambodia should have better burst damage overall early, I think China is demonstrating an impressive mastery on how to play around a Zusin combination, and is making it impossible for Cambodia to escape if the fight doesn't go their way.
The Lantern Flare is just going to be shining the light onto UEE and ensure that UEE will not get a free explosion right onto China. Cambodia now finds themselves in a tough spot, unable to ensure that Bruno is going to be having a great time. Cambodia, though, right now, they are trying to get a little bit of priority over the river, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to get too much of that.
Yeah, Cambodia has a lineup that's actually fairly good at fighting and ganking, but you can see how much pressure Nabi is under. If you don't have mid lane prio in an early game composition, you actually cannot really go for captives, and that's why it's so easy for Fanhua and Vermouth to walk around and provide information to the rest of their team. Even though we're only 4 minutes in, we're already seeing a 2k advantage for China, and I think that's only going to continue to grow unless Cambodia is able to find a big team fight initiation.
Honestly, I don't think that is looking all too great for the side of Cambodia because they are giving a lot of these free damages over to the side of Zusin, especially when it comes down to Moshi as well as UEE, constantly just eating up all that Lantern Flare. I mean, I can definitely dig that they are big tanks. In the meantime, up the top lane, Jessica fine. Steven Sansa on the Moshi, while the rest of the members from the side of China is just going to be crippling in onto the side of Nabi. But Moshi, so onwards, catches onto Yinhuai, but not quite enough to bring her down, unfortunately, and Jessica re-enters and gets a kill down on the Moshi. Oh!
Ooh, good player forward. Now, a double kill for Jessica. China, I really love their controlled aggression. They're able to get the top tier 1 for free, but because it took them so long, Yui from Cambodia was actually able to get most of the gold steal and the tower down bottom as well. So Cambodia still able to match up somewhat. They really got to point out the effectiveness on Yinhuai on this Moskov, because that Sphere of Destruction being used as a scouting tool, prone to the bot lane, finding Tegami and Yui there meant they could initiate.
Now, of course, the glorious Backward, the side of China, wants to open things up on Cambodia, almost taking UEE down, but not quite yet. While Yinhuai does have a Sphere of Destruction landing on someone, then immediately teleporting right into the middle lane. UEE is going to find himself dead through the Ring of Punishment from the side of China.
China just controlling the momentum of the entire game right now. The Sphere of Destruction being used the same way a Diversion is, and even Tegami almost falling in a 1v1 to Jessica. The lead is starting to grow out of control, and Cambodia needs to find something on the map soon. Else, this is going to be a very one-sided game.
Honestly, the damage coming in from Jessica despite building tank is kinda disgusting. I would say that that is almost illegal, considering the fact that a EXP tank build is actually doing quite a number on the Tegami, but I don't think that Cambodia wants to leave the sleeping dogs alive. They have rotated all the way down to the bottom lane, but let's be honest, Jessica on that stand is just moving way too fast for the members of Cambodia to eventually check her out.
I think Cambodia has already been forced into very reactive positioning, and you can even see the Sphere of Destruction used to scout out their own jungle, because China knows that Cambodia is trying to set up for the ambush. Oh, Yinhuai in some trouble?
Oh, doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive though. But Tokas back in the mix with a quick little fracture ought to do the job. just to bring Tegami down. 1-for-1 trade between the pos 1 and the pos 2. But the most important thing is Cambodia doesn't have a jungler that will be able to bring this turtle down right now. The explosion is going to be landing down the Token. Token wants to get away, but unfortunately wasn't able to, as Yui pick the kill. And that cycle ends up being favorable for the side of Cambodia. Just got dodged in the fray, hoping that we'll be able to land the resistance. Yes, you will be able to. On the both Nabi as well as UEE, while UEE charges Fanhua all the way to the back, allowing Nabi to get that kill. Just continues on forward. Flicker, double flicker from both the guys on Nabi, but just still manages to find a kill again on the Nabi.
A good play there from Cambodia. They knew that Tokus was up top, and they're going to be able to pick up another one. Ogi shadow kill in the mid lane on Yinhuai. This is what we needed. This is what I said. Cambodia needed to make something happen soon. And that's what exactly they were able to find. That's going to even up the net worth lead a good amount. Unfortunately, Token mistimed the dash there, got caught by the Sacred Hammer implosion combo, and so wasn't able to escape. And I think the rest of China were not the most effective at peeling them off, instead opting to try and continue on the fight when they no longer had their DPS members alive.
Unfortunately, we're starting to see the power spike coming in from Yui, as I believe that both the Heart Cross as well as the Berserker theory is more or less made on the side of Yui. So the damage should be coming in through right about now. Nabi should be having a decent amount of items as well. Tegami, let's not forget about Tegami. She's managed to get a total of 2 kills, but unfortunately 2 deaths. So that should be around there, right? Yui should be having the highest amount of gold, followed by Tegami, then Nabi.
They're still going to be able to start blitzing down the turtle, but they know that Tegami is down bottom, so China should be able to get this for free. Yep, Tokus gets it, and Mochi is going to be sacrificed as the rest of Cambodia is just not close enough to follow up on this objective.
A quick little flicker plus implosion. Does seem like Nabi manages to find that kill right after that good attack from the side of UEE. Cambodia manages to barely kind of equalize what they have lost. It's kind of a roamer for a jungler, while the Lord will slowly make his way over to the lanes and just do a significant amount of damage to Cambodia's structure, which I think that the middle lane turret is going to be the main important thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Mid lane turret, mid lane priority. We already talked about how much it can unlock the rest of the map for you. But honestly, Tokus did not need to die in that previous Lord fight. He actually got a bit too greedy. Thought that, okay, I just took the Lord, I can go split push top lane. But Cambodia cut her off. If Tokus had survived there, the game would have looked a lot more comfortable for China regardless.
Oh, the sandwich play coming from the side of Cambodia. They really want to catch on the side of Vermouth, but this maid is just not gonna die. Fanhua comes into the backlines and deals quite a number on the side of Yui as well as Tegami. Yui even flickers herself out of the way, but unfortunately wasn't able to get herself away from the ring of punishment just well enough. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but unfortunately, we've got the marksman for the side of Cambodia that went down.
I'm really impressed by the fact that Fanhua was still able to get that kill. I feel like Yui should have focused a bit more on running to like get some spacing in to do DPS instead of just continuing to pelt footballs at it, because like her HP was already so low. You gotta be a little bit more aware of your positioning there. But Cambodia is at the very least able to fight China a little bit more on top of things, right? I think Yui on this big reel is a very, very important factor, because that implosion is being saved to catch out China when they try to go for re-engages. I like that Cambodia isn't trying to force fight with it. Instead, it's a very important cooldown to punish their opponents when they overextend, thinking that they might be able to reverse the advantage in team fights.
One thing that I do like as well is the fact that China had decided to force some fight up in the top side, just so that they will be able to take the attention of Cambodia away from the middle lane tier 1. And now they're naturally pushing lanes. The mega switch in the middle lane brought down the T1 turret. That pretty much leaves Cambodia in a very difficult spot in trying to stain their own junk.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for them to really walk up on the map, but it's also not too bad, because I think both teams know at this point it's going to be very dangerous if they end up having independent split pushes caught out on their own. They're going to be able to find Yui up top though.
because independency it does seem as though we do have just really want to stop something, but Yinhuai follows up with a with a bit of destruction, landing pretty effectively and joining into the battle just that fast. China found 3 kills right as the Lord spawned, and Cambodia, unfortunately, they're going to have a lot of troubles and problems trying to steal this Lord away because I'm still at level 14.
Yeah, I really love the layering there from China. The moment that Jessica scouted out 2 players in that brush, the movement was instantaneous, right? Fanhua cutting off the midpoint, and then Chokus going into the back to see if there would be any other members coming in to provide backup. That's how they were able to so easily split apart the fight and dispatch multiple members of Cambodia without them really being able to do anything about it. With the Lord now in their hands, like Cambodia, their high ground defense is not bad, but I don't think China is really going to be grouping up to allow them to catch them anymore. Like, they should be able to do quite a lot of tower damage with this next Lord.
Without a doubt, I will believe that all of the inner turrets should be taken down by the hands of China, no doubt, no doubt. But in the meantime, Nabi did tend to pick up that Divine Blade. So we talked about the wave clear, and Nabi has got that wave clear. With all of these boomerangs, you can pretty much expect that these waves will be threatened pretty darn fast. I'm not sure about the Holy Crystal though, but we definitely got to look out for that. In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, Yin Huai, together with the Lord, take down the inhibitor.
And they should be able to get the fifth here too pretty soon as well. Oh, Tagami!
Oh, Yinhuai catches and eats on the Spear of Destruction as well as the fracture, ending her life. And China will find this opportunity and hoping that they are going to be starting something, especially since that's going to have both the Flicker as well as the Resistance. So the moment that they find anyone trying to overextend, that is going to be the go time.
This is incredible pressure and positioning coming in from Team China right now. They are perfectly split apart, just far enough that they'll be able to back each other up when necessary, as well as cutting off every potential roam path that Cambodia has. Even though Tegami should be able to do some split pushing, she's not able to do it anymore, even in her own half of the map. The kill score 15 to 8, a 6K goal lead in favor of China. I think we are looking at the last few moments of this. The next Lord is gonna be very easy for China to get, I feel.
But Cambodia, at this point in time, they want Yui as well as Nabi to get the full items in the build. And the moment that they do that, that is where the main pain will start to appear. Now, China, I don't think that they have managed to experience a full brunt of the damage from the side of Nana just yet. So honestly, I think that there is still a certain level of complacency that might still happen to the side of China unless they are that disciplined against Cambodia. To be fair, they have always played in a very disciplined way, whereby they have got significant amount of lead, but they will still prefer to end the game through objectives instead of trying to go for a 5-man wipeout.
Yeah, I really like the discipline. That's look at Jessica's already in the back line. They're trying to completely interrupt Cambodia from their base.
Completely cut off, and such the first person that is about to be taken down is going to be Moshi, followed by Nabi, and that is going to be the passage that will be taken down. UEE is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, and China, swift and decisive, they came in like a wrecking ball, with 3 members for the side of Cambodia already been taken down. Tegami joins in with the Quad Shadow, but unfortunately wasn't a lot of damage that he's able to do. Almost brings up down, or rather he did, but unfortunately at the cost of his own life. A 5-man wipeout from the side of China. Cambodia lost 1 point, and China, they are 1 more win to victory.
That was actually a work of art right there. Perfectly and flawlessly executed. The moment they see Cambodia try to walk up to push the wave, and Cambodia even specifically grouped up a bunch of them together to make sure that Yui would be able to at least push the wave out since her team is around her, right? Nope. Jessica comes in, blocks the back line off, and even makes sure they cannot properly use the glorious pathway. The angle taken, the approach of China speaks to a team with so much strategic thinking and experience under their belt despite being such a new reason in the Mlbb ecosystem.
It's kind of scary if you ask me. They are growing exponentially. And just looking at the way that they play, looking at the way that they set themselves up, I can't help but wonder how much training do they have to go through in order to replay a situation and a scenario like this for them to, kind of bring up a play like that without thinking, or rather in a very swift manner, right? It seems as though they have experienced this many times. Okay, guys, let's cut them off. The rest of us go to the front. We'll make them find no way of retreat. And indeed, that was the case. And there was so much threat just from the fast movement itself.
It's the kind of play that can only be done when you have a lot of confidence and trust in each other, right? Because a single wrong move and you are basically splitting yourself up against the enemy. They could easily pick you off one by one if your timing isn't perfect to make sure that they are all disabled at the same time. So I agree with you, Esther. I really want to know like what kind of training resume we are seeing here because this speaks volumes about the potential that this region has. Like they've only been playing Mlbb for like a year plus at most. Like how strong will they become with a little bit more time under their belt?
Fun fact, I think that MLBB in China is still closed beta. So they are definitely running this really far. And while in the meantime, this is Cinnamon Fanhua as the MVP of that game number one. We definitely have seen Fanhua being crazy when it comes down to being that high low, creating so much space and just ensuring that there is a lot of possibility for China to just find ways against Cambodia.
It's really scary what it was possible here because Sanhua on the high road was actually picking up kills herself, right? Usually Hylos is just meant to stand in front, soak damage, pop the glorious pathway, then run back and revitalize once you've eaten enough. But nope, Fanhua was continuing onwards, getting killed with the ring of punishment. Even the BTSs like the Hayabusa and the Bruno couldn't make a dent in her HP pool. And even in the few times where she did end up dying, her job was already done. It is a very, very bad sign when your opposing roamer is a threat not just as a damage sponge, but as a damage output as well.
You don't see that all the time. And let's be honest here, right? When it comes down to these two teams and the way that they have played, there wasn't even like a significant lead. And even if there was any form of lead, we're talking about a Roma here that has got a roam group. So whatever form of source of income, they are not the ones that are getting it. In fact, they are the ones at the most bottom of the leaderboard when it comes down to the economy. So I think that most of that is really credited over to Fanhua's exceptional positioning, constantly being able to find herself in a really good spot where she directly threatens the backline and force them to answer to this massive, massive pony that is right in their face.
Yeah, I think we have to really shut up her mouth as well on the Zeus in. I said it right during the draft. You should probably ban Zeus in, but they didn't do that. And when you are up against a Zeus in, you really gotta focus on having mid lane priority. That's why they tried to go for the Nana to get range advantage, but because he wasn't there at level 1 to help out, Navi lost the lane way too quickly.
Honestly, I think that Nabi didn't really have a very good time in the early stages. There really was a exceptional need of UEE there in the middle lane, especially since when we see a Jusin, you gotta have to respect the fact that a Jusin is 100% gonna be poking the enemies, right? The Jusin will poke, while in the meantime, Fanhua will be the one that's throwing the wave as much as possible. Perhaps what's in the head of Cambodia is that they know that that is exactly what's going to happen, right? And they do not want to lose too much priority and too much control of the map if both not B as well as UEE is just stuck behind the land of flare. And I think I can understand that. If you don't have any way to clear the way fast enough before you get sent into the heavens by the Jusin, then maybe this is what they do. Destroy is UEE somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they did try to deploy her somewhere else first, and that ends up costing them a lot because mid lane priority, right? Zeusyn is a hero that actually doesn't clear waves all that quickly, so you have to punish her straight away so that she's not able to start roaming around the map and picking people up. Unfortunately, Cambodia was not able to do that. So already from the beginning, the early game went in the way that China wanted. After that, they continued building lead after lead. I think Vermouth was even able to get a wishing lantern as like a second or third item. Pretty greedy, but
No
why
way.
not, right? Just go for more damage. Yes, yeah, she actually finished that fairly early on in the game. So right now, China on path. One more game to be top three at AEG. We'll see if Cambodia can bounce back. But while we wait for the teams to get ready once again, we'll go ahead and jump into a quick break. And we will see you guys in just a little bit. Use a secondary form of defense to make sure that Beatrix and Vexana aren't going to be vulnerable when they're taking the fight from the front.
So how's it gonna be like with the Julian and the Tigro on the side? Great initiations, and of course, when it comes down to the early game, is very scary. Cambodia with the Gwyn in the roam. Oh, we haven't seen Gwyn in a long time, boys. We haven't seen Gwyn in a long time, and Rome at that.
Yeah, this is very, very. We know that Guinevere is a hero that has some serious lockdown potential. However, I'm wondering what kind of role they're gonna have her play. I think in the ideal sense, you want Hylos to take up the front line, and Guinevere to maybe wait in the back to essentially ambush anyone that might try to jump onto Beatrix or Vexana. You could try to go for the opposite, but I think Hylos is a little bit less effective at stopping her. So we'll see if they decide to adopt that strategy because Cambodia again bringing something interesting to the land of dogs.
Now, of course, I think that when it comes down to synergy, UE at least will have a pretty nice synergy together with the Eternal God, which does send people up to the air. So it really depends on who's going to be the one that initiates first. But in the meantime, Fan Hua starting things off very strong with a quick little charge at putting not be down to lower than half HP again.
This early game should go just a little bit better now since Cambodia don't have to worry about a season. The ability of that hero to poke is just a bit insane. It looks like Tokus will be able to hit his level 3 just a little bit earlier, and that means that Little goes over to the China side.
So with this part of the game, you can pretty much expect that China has got very strong lane control throughout the map, right? Nabi and Fan Hua finds himself at its liver, but surprisingly and luckily for both of them, they're all gonna be A-okay. Now, I'm actually kind of surprised with how UE has decided to oh, never mind, a great move. Oh, final rescue. Oh, Choken! How do you find that kill? UE started off with a nice little spatial migration magical start, but it didn't quite seem like it make mark.
That is incredible composure under pressure. Immediately going for the enhanced chain. In a situation like that, speaks to Showcase's ability as a player, but now Moshi in trouble.
It does seem like she doesn't have a lot of HP to run away with, and I don't think that she will be able to use the Revitalize to get the HP back as well. 3v1, that's the Cambodia, 2 down for the count.
Yeah, things are already starting to look a little bit rough here, actually, for Cambodia. China, we know that they're going to be pretty strong early on with a Hilda and a Bruno in the side lanes, but they're getting a lot of map priority.
And now down to the bottom lane, Yin Huai dealing a little bit of a decent amount of damage on the UE, but in the meantime, a good little freeze, lots of physical glacier. UE, goodbye. Well, the flicker plus explosion. Unfortunately, not quite enough to kind of charge UE backwards as UE has to spend the flicker.
But still, we can see the pressure, right? Cambodia being forced on the back foot once again. We are only 3 minutes into the game, and China already has a 1K net worth lead. This is not the start that you want, ideally, especially with a 2-0 on your side. You want to be able to get kills if possible.
And GE taken down for the count 3 times in a row already. Unfortunately, does seem as though a Guinevere in the room is definitely going to have a lot of problems with such an aggressive place off on the side of China. Look at this! China! You guys can't just do that, right, to Cambodia! Oh!
They are actually insane. The aggression from China. Too much for Cambodia to handle. You think they're focusing down the mid lane. All of a sudden they appear in bot lane. So now he's been using the flicker in advance just to get the freeze onto Yui to secure an easy kill. The game is already going out of control.
And now we do see the combination between the Eternal God plus the Violent Record, not quite the kind of combination we were expecting, but Nabi dies to the hands of Fanhua as she identified the escape route for the Vexana, and then Vexana ate that entire slam from the Fanhua.
But at least Fanhua is punished a little bit. Yui, any goal that you can get right now is going to be huge for Cambodia because he is going to be that late game win condition to participate and contest the buff on Cambodia's side of the map. But we are still looking at a 1K gold lead right now, being slowly evened out with the gold shield provided down here. I like that Cambodia is shifting their priority to making sure that Yui gets as much farm as possible, because right now that's the only player on their team that's actually getting some sort of advantage.
They did manage to bring down the tier 1 at the bottom lane, sub 4 minutes, so I think that is sub 5 minutes, sorry. That means that is definitely going to be a little bit of a good amount of macro from the side of Cambodia. They're trying to look for reasonable trades across the map. Cambodia did lose a couple of players, but most of it were on the side of UE, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Well, in the meantime, up to the top lane, we do have a Bandit Bridge that's going to be falling around to Jessica, and such Jessica's going to be falling prey to the hands of Moshi, while Yin Huai runs all the way to the turret. Well, yeah, oh, Fanhua! 3-man explosion, a great little touch. The moose completely comes in. She comes down to the freaking place here, but Yui need no advice on the side of China as she continues to run it down. And Yui, even a quick little dash, gets a double onto the side of Fanhua. Might potentially be able to get triple, but unfortunately, Yin Huai brings her down before she even pockets the kill.
I gotta be impressed with the discipline from China. They're still fighting. They're still trying to force trades even when they're in a disadvantaged position. Cambodia, not the best trade, but still something at least. I want to see more of this aggression from them. The willingness to take risks, the cutting off of the back line. They gotta play China at their own game because that's the only way that they can potentially out-tempo them.
With now China taking the turtle for themselves, and Cambodia managing to kind of equalize the lead by a tad a little bit more. They're only lacking at 500 gold now. It's not that big of a deal. But unfortunately, for the side of China, we do have Yui that has just brought that Blade of Despair. So you can definitely expect a big amount of shift in damage in favor for Yui.
Yui, we knew that this was going to be the win condition for Cambodia. Cambodia themselves know it as well. That's why they're trying to involve her in as many kills and assists as possible to just beeline that farm up. Somehow Farmo actually canceling the knockout right there. Tagami actually not actually in a bad spot. Actually 0-0-0, 7 minutes in. So I would imagine that the Trio's farm is actually not too bad either. That's another player that they could maybe work around.
That is true. It is pretty much on a simple curve for the side of Tegami, while the rest of the members from the side of Cambodia, I think that their curve is a little bit lower than the 50% percentile. So generally, I would say that it is really just a matter of time. You just need to open up the space a little bit more for Yui, and as long as Nahapi and Yui is able to do a decent job at controlling the front line, I would believe that Yui should be able to get some really nice front-to-back action and just force China in a very tough spot.
Yeah, but we know how China likes to play a little bit later on in the game as well. Once they have a bit more control towards the mid to late stages, they really like to go for flank and angle control. That is when Yuri is going to be the most vulnerable. So Cambodia needs to be prepared for that.
Does the Joker find himself in the tough spot and immediately might be going that way? Joker! Joker! How are you alive throughout all of that? She did manage to find himself, or trying to find herself with the enhanced sword. Got herself right out of the action, got the spellband back in, continues on to the fight, and there we go. Joker still more than 50% HP.
What? How? I have literally stopped looking at tokens because I thought for sure that he was already dead. Hold on, I'm looking at the replay real quick to see exactly. The enhanced sword. He actually managed to get out and regen in time. Display of micro mechanics coming in here from Tokens and the rest of China. And that entirely reverses the momentum of the fight that looks to be Cambodia favored.
Exceptional play from the side of Showcase. I mean, that has got to be the highlight of that game for sure. Almost going down, but then completely flipped that script. Boy. Now, when he comes down to the bottom lane, the Gami unfortunately doesn't seem to have a lot of farm at all. As you can see, he tries to go in with a decent amount of damage when he comes down in immortal form, but even when it comes down in immortal form, doesn't really quite have got the defense to keep to really stay alive for a long period of time. But in the meantime, that is going to be the final record. And in fact, every single one of the elements for the side of China is just going to be throwing themselves down over to the side of Cambodia. And Tegami as well as Moshi finds himself down for the count. China now has got a heavy push down in the bottom lane and the middle lane, while Cambodia's Yui, is all the way still after the top lane.
I like that Yuri at least has the initiative to try and go for a quick push somewhere on the map because China's already making a a bit of a mistake from Jessica there. She should have definitely been able to stop Yui, but kind of stopped paying attention for a split second, and that's all she needed. That would have been a huge kickoff.
That is so unfortunate, man. I'm pretty sure that Jessica was swiping her screen to kind of look around, or perhaps to look at what's going on in the main fight, and whether she has enough time to kind of go for this kill on the Yui. But I think that she overshot, completely underestimated the movement speed of this Hilda. But in the meantime, Fanhua, 3 minutes, 2 minute explosion. Cambodia, you're all together, allowing for a double kill for the side of the move. And now it's only left with Yui as well as Moshi. They have no damage coming in. How exactly are they supposed to defend this oncoming push from the middle lane?
Oh, we gotta jump straight into a pause after that here. A bit of a stop in momentum, but China is feeling themselves here, Abstract. That was a beautiful implosion and initiation. I have nothing to analyze. There's literally nothing that I can say. That was actually perfect. China is doing such a good job right now on making it so that Cambodia literally cannot do anything. Like I don't want to call it too early, right? You know, there's such a thing as a caster curse, but I feel like the game is already over. Like literally, there is nothing Cambodia can do.
It's damn. Even I myself is speechless because China, they're absolutely golden, and they came back from the pause. We've got UE as well as Mochi. They have lost half HP. China went all the way in and gotten themselves the inhibitor turret in the middle lane.
Cambodia needs to make a miracle happen now. This is a 8K gold advantage in favor of China. Even with heroes like the Hylos, they are just not able to open the map at all. The angles, the control. China is perfectly observing their opponent's movement and positioning themselves exactly where they need to be on the map to not just be best rotation, but just scare Cambodia away entirely from even trying to make anything happen.
We're 11 minutes and 20 seconds into this game. In China, they've gotten themselves 9,000 gold lead. Very, very convincing game thus far. Even though China didn't really quite manage to, hold it out that well in right after the laning phase, but they are here, boys. They are here. Because Cambodia, now, they're going to be suffering a quick little plunder from the side of Lord. But in the meantime, the Smaller record is just going to be connecting on the front hall, but unfortunately not quite enough to bring her down just yet. Focus all the way in the enhanced squad, but that is going to be a quick little crowd. And it's just going to be working on the token. Didn't really quite get her out of the tombstone though, but it's more than enough for her to buy enough time to ensure that the rest of the members from the side of China will be able to hold things out a little bit better. Well, in the meantime, the final fight only still available for the side of the new Moshi ran right in the face and does seem like, oh no, final fight, no, not like this! Not like this! Not that pony again! Not the death pony, man! Not again!
All things considered, Cambodia put up a very solid and respectable defense. China was positioning themselves very well just as before. But because Cambodia can actually play their front attack properly this time, they're in a more advantageous position to actually be able to defend their crystal. Tegani especially, I think was a huge savior for them. With that final dash in and burst on Yinhuai, if Bruno had survived, the game would already be over. But because they were able to pick her off, Cambodia still has some breathing room.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to land on anyone at this point in time. As now the rest of the members from the side of China really want to defend this middle laner, and unfortunately, the Glorious Pathway did not manage to help Mochi get away. Token tries to go for the enhanced side, lands on the Nabi. Look at the crazy amount of damage, the flicker pulls implosion, lands on the Nabi, and that allows China to pick up two, while Jessica continues to rampage herself onto Yui, almost bringing her down, but leaving Yui E, the one that left behind, and the one that got away. Side lands on the two right by the perimeter of that skill ability. And now China, they for good. Cambodia, all the way at the lower bracket. Yet another 2-0 fashion. China, they went a 2-0 menacing pushdown. And now they're going to the lower bracket finals against Philippines. They are in for podium.
That was straight up oppressive. China literally chased Cambodia down from the middle of the river all the way into their base and still making plays left and right. They are literally a living highlight reel. I cannot believe what I have witnessed. But this is incredible coming from a brand new Mlbb region. China is now officially in the top 3 of the Asian Esports Games Bangkok, and they will get a revenge match with the Philippines to see who will meet Indonesia in the grand final.
Oh my goodness. Now, okay, so podium finishes, we will always have got a tier list, right? We will always have a tier list, and we be like, okay, top of the scoreboard, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Cambodia, sometimes even. Honestly, it's all great, fine and dandy, but we gotta have to give it over to China. China, they are doing an absolute phenomenal job. Big shout out over to Showcase as well for being the MVP, understandably with all those flashy plays and those outwings. Just from that single moment in that battle of that quick thinking of getting herself out, or not out, in deeper of the fight, just so that she can regen herself and even more HP to enhance sword.
Not only was Focus escaping so many different situations, he was perfectly utilizing Julian's hit. The absolute perfect enhanced spell in every single situation. The sword to escape, the chains to get the knockup on top of the crystal itself. Having that PM in the game, despite being on the jungle position. Julian is a that has a lot of utility, but we've never seen this kind of gameplay before, ladies and gentlemen. But it's a blitzing the turtle as fast as possible, even bringing Jessica over so that they can take it down before Al Puerto is able to finish off her buff. They are off tempo in the Philippines here.
So one thing I'm surprised is the fact that Diagon at the EXP lane, the main thing that Diagon wants to do is to just kind of keep Jessica in the lane, and if anything, trying to charge the way as fast as possible just so that she can leave the lane fast enough, just so that she can be slightly faster than Jessica. But we all know that the lead moves fast, so in the end of the day, the both of them will probably reach their destination almost at the same time. But Diagon not really leading the lanes at all, while Jessica is making very full use of the control that he has got thus far.
In fact, we can see up top that Jessica is going for the lane cutting here so that he can actually leave lane, but that also means that Diago is going to be able to do a lot of damage to her. The flicker unfortunately misses the wall. There are minions though, so Jessica is still able to find a safe way out.
Oh man, but okay, so at least
Settle China giving up the second since they don't have the position. Ooh, Amora is almost bursted 100 to 0, almost melted by lethal ignition as well, but survives on literally 1%. Had to use her flicker though, so that's a battle spell basic.
Good done down the bottom lane. 3 members from the Philippines. Seems like they really want a piece of Jessica, but let's be honest here. Not gonna be that easy. And Jessica still has that rage defense, so I'm just use it just to ensure that she's gonna be safe and sound. Still underneath the turret's nose, and that is Philippines that unfortunately has spent quite a lot of resources down the bottom.
Oh, Itoka is taking a bad 1v1. That is a Hayabusa. You need a little bit more backup before you're able to go for that. As Al Puerto with the Yogi Shadow kill finally picks up first blood after 5 in-game minutes.
Long time since we finally saw a fight, or I finally saw it, how both teams want to be aggressive against one another. But once again, the team plays with such coordination that it's very difficult for anyone here to get a single kill. And the moment that if they were to push and kind of force the kill, that is overextension. And both teams knows very well where each of these teams and players kill zones really are. The moment you get a little bit too close, you don't even have to expend a flicker, you don't even have to do anything, and boom, you find yourself losing too much health with all of that crazy plethora amount of knockdown that can get covered.
We are in a meta where there is this damage flying around everywhere, so you gotta be respectful of that. A single mistake and you just instantly lose your life. That's why positioning becomes that much more important and snowballs become so much more prevalent. While China did unfortunately give up first blood to the Philippines, they are still only about 1k behind, and in 6 minutes that's actually not too big of a difference. They're gonna now try to contest the turtle. Rivero is gonna be targeted, but gets the pawn in. Minnow and Fury pops out. AOG lands on 2. Tocus and Fanhua already taken off the table.
Wow, my oh my. It does seem like the Minotaur wasn't able to stay alive enough, even though she did manage to complete that Minotaur Fury, but not really long enough to follow up with yet another stomp on the S1. So we can definitely start to see a little bit of difficulty in China's early game sustainability, and it's only in the late phase of the game where we start to see a little bit more of that.
Yeah. So far, Philippines are the ones in control though, as Diagon now jumping onto Yenhuai. Here comes the Hayabusa, and the OG Shadow kill will pick up a kill onto Yenhuai. Al Puerto now starting to build up on those Sky Piercers stats.
It's crazy how we saw China being so dominating in the previous game, but now when they go up against Philippines, they want to do the exact same, but they just can't seem to replicate the result.
Minnow and Fury even used flicker forward, 4-man knockup, but the burst from Tocus is not enough. Fanhua will be traded for Vivero, and that's all China can get.
Definitely seems as though that when it comes down to follow-up, the follow-up is always going to be the difficulty from the side of China. When it comes down to Fanhua, he can definitely counter and engage very effectively. We saw from the previous team fight the great amount of, in fact, 4 members that flew up to the sky, even following up with another S1, have got ways to control, but in a grand scheme of things in AoE, they don't really quite have that much of a damage to kill everyone. Because let's be honest, Minoan Fury, that's like a huge AoE, but everyone else's skills and AoE skills doesn't really cover that wide of an area.
Yeah, a lot of China is playing around utility. Oh no, Focus gets terrified in the breath again. Has to dash out with the Glacier. Finds two. That's like a lot of damage to Perez and Amora, but they're able to walk back into lane. Alpuerto now taking the little. Gonna be backing off as well. Fear Destruction actually lands onto Perez. Yinhuai gonna take it. Perez has to flicker out. AOG lands in. Purify used by Yinhuai.
Oh.
Places Red Jessica for jumping too far forward. And now the Minuan Fury to knock up the video and get the kill.
That still kills into the hands of China. Figaro being the only one down, while Philippines, they can definitely still try to contest for this upcoming Lord. El Puerto, 13, level 13, while Choke is still at level 12. There's definitely still a certain level of possibility for Choke to reach level 13, since she's only like kind of half bar of the way into getting someone.
Fanhua in trouble. Diagon already whittling her down, and the killing spree claimed by All Puerto. The free is a bit too late to save her, and now the Vengeance comes out, and Yinhuai kills herself on it. Diagon being the front runner for the Philippines. China cannot break them down.
This is absolutely scary. The Philippines move together like an absolute unit, and China can't seem to find any of these possibilities and any of these openings to go for any form of assassinations. We see that Jokic was positioning herself just to look for a way to get killed on the Perez, but it so far hasn't been well enough because the positioning from the Bruno has always been so clear, has always been so safe, and ensures that she only gets those crushes that has been opened.
Yeah, Philippines are now basically doing the same thing China has been doing to other teams. Up in the top lane, Jessica and Choke is trying to gank Al Puerto, but Al Puerto just has so many stacks and actually gets the mega kill on Jessica instead. Choke is not really able to do anything, and now Philippines get a free power down bottom because they know that they have the numerical advantage.
Unfortunately, we're experiencing yet another pause for this game. I'll say that both Philippines as well as China, they are in, okay, at least for China, they are in a little bit of a pickle here, right? They're looking at about 4,000 gold deficit. Well, in the meantime, they are also losing quite a little bit of currency here. Okay, to be fair, the currency are kind of equal. Is 2 for 2 thus far, but because of the fact that the Lord is actually going to be fighting for Philippines at the top lane, it's pretty fair to say that the T2 in the bottom lane is definitely destroyed. T2 in the top lane should be down by the Lord, and the middle lane, that's the question. The middle lane turret was last seen close to about half HP, with an imminent push in the middle lane. That more or less signifies that the control in the jungle for China is about to be lost completely.
Yeah, and this is a very unfamiliar position for them, right? So far, whenever we've been witnessing China's victories, they have so much control over the map. Their aggression and discipline on full display, but Philippines just seem to be superior in both those aspects right now. I think the draft, unfortunately, is not the best for China. I still do think that Minotaur is a little bit lacking overall, and we can see that because of that, they're just not able to hold that front line long enough, right? We have the Cici, who is doing an excellent job by herself with the benefits of tanking damage from 2 or 3 people. But Fanhua cannot do the same. And that means that we are seeing a far cry in the gameplay that is enabled for China here.
Yeah, it's all about the sustainability, right? At least for Fanhua, she can always have a very good amount of heals to the rest of the team, but the rest of the team is not the one that's specifically facing any form of, damage. It has all always been Fanhua. While in the meantime, Jessica has always been trying to throw her body over to the side of Philippines to so that she can do a little bit more and kind of share the burden together with Fanhua. And knowing how we have seen just in the previous game, she had built her lead to be an absolute monster of a tanky hero. So it is only in the later stages of the game that we will start to see a little bit more dividends coming in from this lineup, especially since we're looking at Unified playing as Molotov. I would only believe that China will start to hit back real hard, maybe 15 to 16 minutes into the game.
But that's also depending on whether or not they can actually extend the game that long in the first place, right? I do feel like China's composition is a bit like it puts a lot of pressure onto Tokus and Yinhuai on the Moscow because they are the only real forms of consistent damage, right? In this case, you have an Aurora. You usually will lean a bit more towards utility than DPS unless you're like super ahead. So otherwise, you're hoping that Nolan is able to burst people down early and then Moscow burst people down late. Nolan has already failed that task, unfortunately. Philippines just have better positioning and tokens are consistently punished over and over again, which means Yinhua is literally the only win condition that China has left. They gotta make as much space as they can for her to farm. Otherwise, this is just gonna be a complete snowball, especially since Alberto should have a lot of sky piercing stuff right now.
I suppose that with 4 kills and 4 deaths, 4 kills and 4 assists, that's definitely quite a bit. Well, in the meantime, Jokic found a death onto herself, and that definitely did not bite well for the members from the side of China. The Lord is pushing in, middle lane and the bottom lane is eventually looking at a 2-minute push as well. They do not have the Nolan for this upcoming fight. How exactly are they supposed to stop this?
Jokic will be back up in 8 seconds, but Philippines are going to be able to start winning down the towers before that. They do still have the holy defense, so at the very least, there's that wave clear that China can play around, but the Philippines will be able to keep piling the pressure on every single way to push at the same time, and all they force is split up. Jessica somehow alive after all of that, but they still has Minnow and Fury. Is it going to be used up? No, AOG to get away. Focus takes a lot of damage, but he with the double team on Yinhuai will be able to trade for Perez, and that's actually a really crucial kickoff for the side of China. Here comes Alpuerto. OG's got a kill on top of Yinhuai, jumps over to the minions, not able to get the kill, but they are able to clear both top and bottom inhibitors.
Now, with a 7-kill lead for the side of Philippines, as well as close to 7,000 gold lead, Philippines slowly back themselves off after getting a sound victory of getting themselves inhibitors in the top lane and the bottom lane. With that all said, that means that the macro gains for Philippines will start to rack up even more, as wherever the Lord were to spawn, there will always be a naturally pushing lane on the opposite side, which will make things so much more difficult to play. Because now, China, they have the timer on their head. It's not something, I don't think that they would want to casually just allow Philippines to take the Lord away. The only way that they could challenge or to stop Philippines from taking out the Lord is to jump onto Philippines first. Be the one that engages. But however, this is not exactly a team competition that is super great when it comes down to initiating. And with the amount of gold deficit that they have, it is just getting themselves to a doom.
Yeah, I think Philippines knows that they're very close to being able to claim the victory now. They just gotta make sure they don't make any mistakes going forward. And so far, they've been doing that exactly. It doesn't really help China that their front line simply isn't tanky enough to allow them to prolong team fights. And the Philippines are making good use of that. Macro play is probably the best direction right now, but there's also the risk, right? That's why you need information. Unfortunately, the taunt on Sanhua, that's gonna be unstoppable for Alpuerto.
Crazy amount of burst damage that Philippines have got in their arsenal. And with one of the main tanks from the side of China gone. Hey! Jokic!
The steal on the Lord! The referee timing was perfect! And still able to get out with Jessica tanking most of the OG shadow kill. Yinhuai even finding the tier 2 tower up top. In a single second, China has actually found a lot of space for themselves on the map, and they have a lot to play with as well. Vivero being bursted down, revitalized out of Backer will miss. Mid tier 1 being contested by China. The terrify onto Jessica from the flank. Unfortunately, ends up with her being taken out. That's going to stifle their push.
That was quite a steal, and now China have got a lot pushing up in the top lane. They will be able to kind of minimize the amount of damage from this 14 minutes onwards. Remember how we said that China, they're gonna have to wait for a little while until they get themselves a good amount of defense and damage? Yep, now's the time.
A good winter crown from Tokas there. He continues to dash out as much as possible. Fanhua, even with the knockup and then flicker backwards to support the retreat. We are really seeing the coordination from the Chinese team right now. Philippines going to be a little frazzled after that, but they do still have the goal lead and the structural advantage entirely. Could still be an easy game to close out as long as they keep their wits about them.
So let's take a look at the Iron Gel. Aurora is going to be 3 Iron Gels in, and likely going to be looking at either the Divine Blade or the Holy Crystal. Next, there's quite a bit of items that's still required from the move, unfortunately. So I guess the 15 minutes is just not quite enough, but regardless, from what 7,000 gold lead, it has changed and dropped down to a good 4,500 gold.
It's still a good amount, but China now trying to engage again. Jessica gonna be caught out, using the raging sample into the winter crown. Meanwhile, Fanhua not able to get the ultimate out in time. So that's gonna be one member down already. The Minotaur picks up the Azar, continue to chase down China. They'll immediately make a retreat.
Please, the Philippines still on the onslaught, and they still have got the lead. They still have got that coordination that knows who are going to be the first few people to go down. As you can see from just that short little fight, Fanhua went down, and Jessica found herself at an all-time low.
Alfredo jumping in on Yunhua, Unit later used on the Moskov. This mid inhibitor gonna fall very soon. Raging Panther and Flicker lands on Rivero, forces out Window Nature and Perez. They will back it up. China will be able to hold on to the final power. But the question is, for how long?
We're 16 minutes and 25 seconds into the game. The Lord will be coming back in 5 seconds, and Philippines, they can't allow Tokas to just run right in and steal the Lord again anymore. They need to deal with China, and they need to possibly just hopefully bring 1 second down to discourage China from moving on forward.
But they don't have Jessica anymore, and Fanhua already put call for HP and damage, so they simply cannot contest it at all. They have to give it away. It's too much of a risk to try and throw any bodies in for this. But that means that Philippines have a kill angle, only one tower standing between China and the sea.
The Lord would eventually move down from either the top or the bottom lane. The middle lane would eventually be brought down amidst of all of that chaos. The Philippines will be erupting within of China's home. So honestly, this is a tough get around. We are looking at 4,000 gold lead from Philippines. China, we need to see a lot more of these bigger plays from the move across Fanhua in order for Yunhua to really pop off. So far, we haven't really quite managed to see too much utility from the smash damage that the Moskov is capable of bringing out.
Yeah, but now that final inhib is also gone. The Lord is crashing in. Philippines are gonna look to try and end this wherever they can. The minions are on top of the crystal. Diaga and the Alpuerto on the flank. Fanhua eating so much damage and not really able to turn anything else. Looking forward, Minion Fury misses completely. Raging Cycle into the winter crown on Jessica. But they're not really able to stop anyone. So the Philippines only 7 kills close out, and China just being melted away. After
They have very strong in presence, just so that they can kind of get the ball rolling.
So Philippines will do exactly that, because they're going to grab away the highlights to make sure that Fanhua won't have access to it. And even pair it up with the Aurora, one of the mages that will be good at handling the Lord halfway. So pretty good opening, but yeah, like you mentioned, China does still have Hilda available. We could even go for the Eve on top of things. I'm really surprised that they haven't really much here, considering how much value I feel to the table, but let's see if China agrees.
And this is exactly the same kind of situation from yesterday, where they just even so naive. I will always believe that Yuzi is going to be good, great amount of utility, great amount of damage on top of all that. So the fact that we don't really see that today as well is definitely a great starting moment. Now, China use their BG, but Sana as well as the field pick. So Hilda, definitely we can always expect that Hilda goes over to the ESP. Right off the bat, just looking at these three heroes, they mostly just show that they want to be in the lane, but not necessarily about how they want to play in game or how they want to play as a fight.
Oh, and there's the Matan, one of the more powerful late game marksmen available. Once he's got that holy crystal, you just melt instantly. I worry
Puro
that China will
50%
be able
niya
to
the
reach that
damage.
point in time. Hilda is a great way of responding, being able to find Matan in the back line, but in game number one, Philippines made sure that China could never break through their front line in the first place. I would have actually liked it if China was able to pick up something like the pod at this point. They also understand that if they went Hilda the pod, then it would be very easy for Philippines to ban out all the remaining neighbors. So they kind of have no choice but to go in this direction.
Yeah, so with that all said and done, let's take a look at what other heroes is gonna be great for Philippines. Since the winning condition is already out, they want to play for team fight. They already have a pretty decent counter engage coming from the side of Aurora. Looking for someone that can actually engage well will always be a very good idea. Heroes such as a Khalid is currently still available in the pool if they would want to put a Khalid either in the pool, either in the ESP or the room. It is all still very much viable. And of course, if they were to go for that as well, we're talking about rolling video, pretty fast wave players, pretty fast movement, but we also gotta have to remember that there is a shielder on the opposite side. So if the hitter goes to ESP, it would be great for the police to be on the road instead.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but Hilda Khalid doesn't actually offer the most effective team fighting potential. It means that you have to go for like full out aggro in the first few minutes, and if that doesn't work out, the heroes fall off pretty quickly. Philippines not even too worried about that. They ban the Sigil just to make sure you don't have the big team fight set up, but also the joy. So focusing a bit more on the jungle pickup. Now China does still have that Julian to fall back to, but we know that this is a team that really needs a secondary front line, and let's see whether or not they're going to be able to get it. They also didn't ban the Gatot, so if Philippines want to go for a high-low Gatot combo, that's also possible.
I completely forget about that possibility. And I still believe
Sí,
that
Beluto,
like
malalaman
someone
doon.
with lesser backstream might be a good pick for Philippines. But for now, Hayabusa took it away. So Ling is going to be the case for Philippines, and that means that
Kaya
the
ako,
refill is not necessarily all that fast.
ikansi ko ng
And
dalam.
not to forget, this is a very expensive composition. Very greedy, if you ask me. With the Matan as well as the Ling in the same team, you gotta have to have enough firepower in the early game just to stay afloat.
Yeah, personally speaking, China could actually go for the Hilda Khalid since there is a Ling Matan on the opposite side and just try to run Philippines down as fast as possible. But I'm okay with the Dupont. I think that is probably the safer option. And yes, they will fall back to the comfort Julian as well. So a pretty good lineup from China. I think it's much more comfortable than what they were playing in game number one.
So you get the capture as well as the Julian. Julian's back in the hands of Showcase. This is definitely the game that we all want to watch. The moment you see the Julian on the Showcase, you can just immediately remember that highlight play from the Showcase right underneath of the Lord pit. Now, the ball is on the court onto Philippines, and they have decided to pick up on over to the Charisma. That we talked about this before, right? It's between two of the EXP labels, either Khalid or the Charisma. Khalid is a hero that definitely requires more help with the splitter. While in the meantime, if you were to pick up a Charisma, at least you should be able to flex enough to pick up the revitalize in the event that you want to run that double revitalize comp in order to keep everyone alive.
Personally, as a Croatia player, I always do prefer going quicker because the quicker penalty zones are just really satisfying. But you can't deny that this is a meta where Revitalize does have a lot of value. It looks like the Agon will go for a flicker in the end. And that means that both of these teams actually have pretty solid front line. It's just that Philippines will have a later game stealing hurt.
Very. Still, balls on the top for the side of China to take dominance in the early stages of the game. Just really ensure the Perez as well and Alberto don't get heavy from a bomb right off the bat. So how is that going to work out? We can see the EMP lane between the Croatia as well as the Hilda. It's pretty fair to say that the Hilda will always clear the lane fast enough because it puts so much threat over to the side of Croatia. And not to forget, S1 move back.
So guess almost gets caught, but is able to back away, and now Rivero is the one stuck behind the wall. So Revitalize is going to be able to keep her quite safe, still absorbing a lot of hope from China, as now they're upping the momentum to do exactly what we said, right? To make sure that Al Puerto cannot fall.
So China has already immediately started to raid into Philippines jungle and took a very simple retreat away from Philippines. That is just going to ensure that Philippines is, especially if the league has decided to retreat down to the bottom side, that is one of the tricks that you will not be able to make for you to get to level 4. But I don't think that that's going to be a problem at all because Philippines, at least for El Puerto, the rotation starts from the purple buff and up to the top side.
We can definitely see the difference at EXP already, though, with Toquest already one level up on Al Puerto, so the invasion and stealing of jungle camps has already been quite effective. And in the bottom lane, as expected, Jessica can be winning out the trades against the Agon.
So right off the bat with the turtle currently available, the priority seems to go to the side of China, and while wasn't able to get the taunt in, because that Philippines was once to come in, Diagon, and the purple.
And there it is, the flicker penalty zone. Vermouth actually secures the turtle away, but Token is going to be caught out between all the members of Philippines. The second blade comes out as well. Sanhua tanking a lot of damage with the Revitalize, but Vivero is doing the exact same thing. And finally zones China out. A turtle for a kill.
So one for a turtle is pretty safe. I gotta have to say the death comes from the side of Token. So I would say that it is still definitely a pretty equal trade from both two teams. For Philippines to have a little skill into the game and still somehow being able to get the kill down onto one person on the side of China, especially since it's Token, I would definitely say that there is quite a bit of a hope, especially since we're talking about Amores, right? Playing as the Aurora, you definitely should not underestimate the damage from Amores as well as the Hammer from Diagon.
Full combo from Amores. Sanhua dropping low. AOG to re-engage actually to set up the knockdown for Token. Going sideways, but Amores still has the passive, able to walk away. And now El Puerto is on top of Token. Second blade comes out and taps the sword. It's going to be able to allow her to escape though. And they will trade it for Vivero.
A crazy amount of trust from the side of Fanhua to know that the team will be able to trade eye for an eye. Because typically, if it's me, let's be honest here, I'm using the AOD to save myself, man. I'm not setting up anything at this point in time, man. If I have the opportunity to run away, I'll run. But China, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. It is an eye for an eye, is Romer for Romer, definitely very nice to see.
But it also means that if you're trading evenly at this point, the Philippines are actually in a pretty good spot, right? Because this lineup just has less burst overall and wants to play towards the late game. So unless China are able to build up a sizable lead, they are actually behind.
Yeah, so China would want to have favorable trades just so that they can slowly start to snowball over the later course of the game. And the moment that they keep on having fair trades, then it's just going to be equal to Philippines game.
Yeah, looks like Philippines was a bit too late to contest this turtle. China identifying the opportunity and just immediately melting it down as fast as possible. And we are already seeing a bit of a lane swap as well. Jessica going up into the top lane to try and give Yanhua as much space to farm as possible. Jessica going to be 1v3, actually doing a lot of damage over the Philippines. And now the OG comes in, a two-man taunt on top Sanhua and Vivero. Vermouth flickers in, does the damage, drops the mute. Amor is going to be punched down. Cross, trying to get caught, Tata as Jessica buying a lot of time and space. defenders to place. So right to finish off on Quad.
Wah, I thought
And
it's
Jessica
speed again.
trapped away from the rest of her team. Now for Mouse in a lot of trouble. Not going to be fast enough to run away from the Vivero as the line order gets in the sun. Perez with the final blow. Picks up the first kill and let's race to the tower. That is unfortunate.
Ran into the turret and down in the bottom lane as well. More plays going on for the side of China. Oh boy. Definitely a series of technically unfortunate events, I gotta have to say. Through all of that side, we have got China that lost a total of 3 members, being Vermouth, Jessica, as well as Fanhua. While for the side of Philippines, they lost Morris as well as Perez throughout all of that situation. And in fact, down the bottom lane, they also lost Diaga. So it's been a flat out 3 for 3 kind of trade-off.
It's a great trade for China, but they're going to need a lot more here. They only have about a 1K goal lead 6 minutes in, which would definitely be much bigger considering the kind of draft we are seeing. So Philippines are still on track, and China is going to continue trying to make sure that they're not able to keep up.
Considering that it is also 6 minutes into the game, if you want a sizable lead, you should always try to aim for 500 goals every minute in the first laning phase, and only after like 8 minutes or so, you will want to aim for 1,000 goals per minute. That is the most realistic amount of lead that you'll want in order to put a game against Philippines.
Oh, the AOG knockup is beautiful. Albuerto still gets the turtle, but Philippines is completely surrounded, and Diaga's already down. The Fanhua can be traded back as Albuerto picks up the double kill. Tokus as well. Not going to be lucky enough to survive. In White puts the Spear of Destruction over, but Philippines has already backed it off, so they're not able to find anything more.
Oh no, Philippines, they have managed to get themselves favorable trades in that one, and that means that they have gotten themselves back on track in terms of the economical situation. China looking great, especially since Tokus is actually having a little bit of difficulty trying to be able to burst anyone down in this game. I mean, we can definitely understand, right? When it comes down to being a Julian, the first thing that is in your face is going to be Vivero or perhaps even Diagon. You can't possibly burst these 2 members down. You have to play around your team so much so that Philippines finds heroes like Amores as well as Alberto in a bad position in order for Tokus to really capitalize on it.
I feel like Philippines is a team that's hard to break out of position, though. They are very, very disciplined, and you can really see the experience show itself in their gameplay. You are going to need to make something really big happen to try to frazzle them, and that is the challenge for China right now, as they say the new kid on the block, right? Are they able to make the Philippines lose their composure?
I think that items building up for the side of Philippines is definitely strong and steady at this point in time. With only a 500 goal deficit, Philippines could be back in the game and also be able to, kind of feed Alberto with even more amount of kills. At the same time, we're talking about 3 kills, no death, 1 assist. It's already a very favorable and a sizable amount for a link against a competition like this.
They're continuing the pressure regardless. Jessica actually stealing the orange buff away from Alpuerto. So that's actually a small win for China.
Yes, a win. But that also means that Philippines have to really make use and get this loss for themselves. Otherwise, holding back onto the retribution ended up with bigger fish that they could not catch.
Oh, Flicker belly zone on 3, right into the freeze, and Tokus is gone. Jessica and Fanhua trying to buy some time in the back line. Jessica actually doing a lot of damage. Second blade comes up from Alpuerto. Fanhua still alive to revitalize, but Jessica not so lucky. Perez gonna be rippling her down, and that is a 2-0 trade in favor of the Philippines. 5-man strong. This is gonna be a free lord.
The game of big fish, small fish. Philippines sacrifice their orange buff just so that they can get a kill on the Tokus, Jessica, and the Lord. Philippines, they're already there. They've got a crazy damage from the side of Alberto. Perez is more or less happy with the amount of gold that she has gotten for herself. She don't really have got the glass and comes to the gold, but I'm sure that Perez has got more farm than Unify, considering the KDA.
One orange green card targeted. Still has a massive, but doesn't even need to use it. Simply going to zone them out, and now the AOG. The combo on top of Philippines. Wanting to shut down an Alberto. And Inside finds another hit on Perez. Diago and Guerrero have to run away. They're not going to be able to make it. As Focus picks up a double kill on their own. 3 kills in favor of China with the Lord pushing on top. They actually turned it around.
You spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. China immediately got that game the moment that the AOG landed right on the spot where El Puerto kind of passed herself over to that one specific wall. And that completely knocked her down the wall, and the sequences of top control just came in and got that kill onto the lane just that easily. This case, it is more likely about positioning. Philippines just wasn't really quite prepared for a fight like that, especially since they already have a lot pushed up in the top lane. I don't think Philippines was expecting a counterattack from China this aggressively when there's already a threat up in top lane.
Yeah, definitely was not something they were fully prepared for, and they still took the fight anyway because they figured they would have to damage the matchup, and if they were able to get multiple kills, it would have actually allowed them to get a lot of structures even with that first Lord, but I think their overexcitement caused some overcommitment as well. They weren't patient enough, and that let China hit them with really big AoE damage.
They all said, Philippines, they did get the Lord, they lost the fight though. But in terms of the war, I think that it is still pretty much on the stalemate, even though China is the one that is really pushing onto the advantage, while Focus takes down the T2 of the top lane. Philippines seems to be giving quite a bit of respect over to China and just allowing them to run rampant within of their own jungle.
Yeah, they don't really have much of a choice. They need a bit of time to
Oh, you did
regroup
that.
and make
Reply
sure that
well.
they're doing housekeeping and all of their ways. I really like what I'm seeing from China right now. There is a lack of fear, even going up against one of the Mlbb community's mainstay regions. It's like being behind, still continuing to play the game exactly the way they want to, and forcing PH to their tempo.
But this is not quite enough, is it? Philippines, they still need to buy some time, while China, they're only 2,000 gold above. They can definitely pull off a miracle again as long as they're able to play from a little bit of an off angle and kind of like an off timing kind of play. As long as they are able to engage on the right person at the right time, and especially to knock onto Alberto, then it will be great. Because so far, Joseph has always been the first person to be taken down throughout the heat of the battle. And as long as Joseph kind of bide her time, waited it out until the final moment to come in, that would probably be the way to go.
Yeah, that would be the ideal situation. But just look at how effective Jessica is being by herself, scouting out the entirety of the Filipino lineup. The rest of China in position. Philippines don't actually know where they are, but it's pretty safe to say that they are in this bush. Rivero gonna take a lot of damage. Flicker penalty zone catches out Focus, but the Winter Crown calls in the opposing Christian Glacier, and now Jessica is wrecking havoc on the Filipino backline. Rivero is already gone. Alfredo, second place defensively, should be able to dash away. Diagon buying space for Amores is slowing them down and making sure they don't take any more casualties than that.
Not a single casualty from the side of China. The Philippines unfortunately lost Rivero. Now, the rest of China will put their face first right over to the Elemental Lord. So just takes the Lord down in sub 14 minutes. This is still the Luminous Lord. We're not looking at the Evolved Lord just yet. So just a single charge of the Lord will be expected, but there's only inhibitor turrets left, so it's not that big of a deal when it comes down to the charge. It is all about the base stats that we are looking for.
Yeah, China has full control over the map right now. They have more structures than Philippines, who right now are only limited to the inhibitors, and the Lord is pushing down mid. The one good thing for the Philippines, though, is that the wave vision actually syncs very well from China. So Perez is able to drop it down to half HP before it starts crashing into the base. China now gonna be looking to see if they can shove in with this one. Lord crashing in middle, with the rest of them working on the top and bottom Indians. But with Perez, they're actually able to clear up the bush very, very quickly.
Wow, that's fast. I didn't expect that. there is still a second wave of kids coming in though, and they are still mega kids. But I think based on what Philippines has shown us thus far, I think that they should be able to clear all of these with no problems whatsoever. You see, China, they are not going on the aggressive at all, despite having close to about what 4,000 goal lead. So I think that is actually going to be a little bit of a mistake from China to not try to aggress over against Philippines.
No, I think it is the right decision because when Philippines are playing base defense, they're actually very good at holding on to their base. Unless you have a free lane where an inhibitor is down, the only way China can go for aggressive play is if they spend cooldowns to dump in. But if they jump in with those cooldowns too early, then Perez just stands at the back helping them down with damage. And if you get too much gold on the ton at this stage of the game, you are actually toast.
Fair. I would definitely say that trying to end the game would be the main part of China before the game goes over too late. Especially if you're looking out for a Nathan as well as a lane. It's kind of scary to think about that thought in the late stages of the game. It kind of comes down to the point whereby China is at the damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation where decisions is kind of hustling. If you don't have the Lord fighting for you, do you push in? And if you don't, that means that you're just gonna be sitting around waiting for something to happen while Perez and Alberto get
I mean, unfortunately, that is the nature of China's draft, right? They're not actually that good at the speed composition. If you try to go all in and rush down the base, Philippines straight up have the advantage. So the only way you do push in is either by having the Lord on your side, or basing Philippines out onto the map and going for flank team fight so that you can actually try pushing in when you have the numbers advantage.
That's a little bit of lackers in the play. The middle lane doesn't be pushing right in. The Philippines completely missed out on that fact. The such that a free inhibitors are in the middle lane, very likely, while China takes control of the river right around the Lord.
Yeah, a little bit of mistaken housekeeping, but Philippines just wanted to try glitching the Lord down before China realized they were there. China already on top of the ball game though, and making sure that they're not able to get a free load when they're not paying attention. Now we see Jessica walking into the drop, having a lot of cooldowns used, but the winter crown denies all of it, and the AOC comes in like a Pizarro, and Colonel Jordan Perez at the killing spree for Joker. Philippines is falling apart as China picks off three without even any
Eko yung
contestant.
yan eh. Zaman
And
si West.
now, the Lord is free for the taking for the side of China. For Philippines, they have a good 30-second cooldown onto the death time for the side of Philippines. With a small little ballista and a small little army behind of this ballista, China will want to end this game right here and right now. 4-man in.
Now the crystal is closed. Amores is the only one in base. Alberto is too late to respond. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, our lower bracket finals is going into a full series where one game decides whether China or Philippines moves on to the grand final.
Boy, oh boy, this is the kind of BOC series that we want to watch, where both teams go 1-1 and we are down to the final game. It's a best of one from this point on. Whichever team that find themselves the win is gonna go on over to the grand finals and face off against Indonesia. China, oh boy, it seems like their patience paid dividends, and indeed, it was the right choice to just stay back and wait for a team fight. I'm not too sure about Philippines though. I think that it was eventually a gamble from Philippines who wanted to catch China off guard, because we talked about off angle and off timing play. Because that is what caught Philippines off guard once, and I think that they want to recreate that against China, because there's no way that we are expecting a full 5-man competition for Philippines to just run straight to the Lord while China is just setting up for the Lord. Maybe that's what they were thinking, but China wasn't setting up for the Lord, and that backfired on them crazy.
Yeah, I really
No threat from the CC is probably best. You know, at this point in time, with the studio taken away, there is definitely quite a bit of respect over to Banwa. We can definitely still see a banner onto the side of Hylos anytime soon, and that is possible to be seen at this point in time. But not too sure about this, like what exactly is going to be. Make few picks from the side of China, what is possibly going to be great. I still would like to see the Hylos being picked out and then leave the gold lane up for suggestions, since we want to see what is going to be the blind pick coming in from Philippines on the R4.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wait and see what exactly is gonna be coming out here. But I do like what we're seeing so far, right? China definitely wants to lean more into the gameplay style that they're comfortable with. They grabbed three of the same heroes that they won with in game number 2. But the Hilda was definitely a crucial part of that, so they're gonna need someone that can fill in that gap. And while Khalid is an option, I don't feel like it's quite as consistent overall. Whereas champions, I think, are doing pretty good right now, right? Having Nolan on their side means that they can play a bit more early, especially since they have Hilda this time as well. So China needs to respect that.
Now, from this point onwards, just wonder see what the goal. I mean, what's the goal later for the side of Philippines is gonna look like. I mean, so far what they have got is the first pick onto the box off. It worked out great in the previous game. So moving on forward, if they are able to make sure that the box off continuously has got really good time in the lane, that's number one. And in the meantime, be able to get some good amount of priority. Next is also gonna be decent. So far with Julian as well as Patricia, it's still relatively fair to say that the early game should still be a-okay for them, provided that we may do still have got the Aurora in play. I think the Aurora is still available and still unbanned yet. The last that we saw was 4 Bangkok strike.
Yeah, we haven't seen for sure, so I think we weren't able to catch the final couple of bans. I think Philippines did just continue banning out the Tigreal. I think that's the one that I saw last. Because, yeah, China loves playing with this double frontline sort of composition, especially if both of them have some form of catch or engage. So the implosion is really difficult to deal with depending on the situation, and Philippines just does not want to handle that, especially since China has already grabbed 3 other comfort picks up until now, right? So a lot of thought needs to be put into the next stages of the drafting side to see exactly what is necessary, considering the stakes that are on the line. It is, after all, now basically a best of one.
Yeah, and not to forget, when it comes down to this game, the team that unfortunately lose will be found as the third place and will be going back home with $800. Well, if you whichever team that wins, they are definitely going up and will be fighting for that $3,000. Definitely something that is a huge leap and a huge jump in terms of price pool. You don't want to settle for third.
I'm not pretty sure how the draft is proceeding, but from what I could see there for that short moment, it might have been close to completion already. So maybe we'll be able to jump into the game very, very soon. Didn't really get to see exactly which heroes they finally picked up at the end, but we'll be able to find that out in the Land of Dawn and tell you guys what kind of dynamics we should be expecting for game number 3.
So honestly, now, Kudafa, looking at the strengths and looking at the playstyle of both China as well as Philippines, completely blind shot in the dark, which one would you support and which one would you think goes on to the final?
That's tricky. I would probably be able to give a better answer if I actually got to see their full draft. But unfortunately, hold on, maybe we'll be able to see that.
Oh, we
we are able to see that. And already we see Vivero at 10%. And Jessica did indeed go for the Khalid in the end, it looks like.
And not to forget, we also got Perez that picks up onto the Nathan and finished up with the Edith. So let's not forget about how both teams will eventually play within of their lanes. I think it's pretty equal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the drafts are pretty balanced overall. But China does look like they have the same kind of comfort style that they had in the previous game. So I might be inclined to lean towards them somewhat.
We shall see how that works out now. got 35, 3,700 gold over to the side of China. Right off the bat, when it comes down to the early game rotations, definitely China is taking a little bit more gold away from the side of Philippines. But of course, it's all just early part of the game. It's not going to be that fundamental, or rather, not that big of a pivot. But regardless, it is more about how both of these teams eventually use their lane. Now, for sure, when it comes down to China, it seems like, okay, it's relatively equal when it comes down to the middle lane. Yeah, clearing up the wave just as fast. Meanwhile, while in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, wants to be fairly aggressive on the side of Perez, as long as Perez missed out a skill.
Yeah, I think the most obvious lane difference is going to actually be in the EXP lane because although Hilda and Khalid are both very aggressive early game laners, Hilda is still a little bit more difficult to deal with overall. So Philippines should have a bit more priority up there. I think that's why you already see China rotating people to make sure that the Jessica can participate in the turtle fight. And as I mentioned, that Jessica is able to zone out elsewhere. Though Diagon and Vivero coming in from the flank, China actually a little bit surrounded in this position. The pass going to miss here. Destruction lands on Amoris. Turtle dropping low. Tokyo's going to be able to steer it away. Yinhua actually jumps in. Vivero, though, is the one who gets first blood by picking off Jessica. Avatar the Guardian knocks up Diagon. But I don't think China wants to continue this fight any longer.
Yinhui did join into the battle, but unfortunately, that wasn't anything that they managed to do. In fact, it has only contributed to the amount of gold that Perez managed to net into the bag. So that little macro movement from the side of Yinhui very unfortunately backfired over the side of China.
Yeah, I think that was really not a wise choice. I do appreciate the idea of bringing in your gold laner, but you only really need to do that if you can say for certain that you're about to win the fight. And you can tell that China wasn't that sure. Because of that, Perez gets the entire gold shield and now also wins the 1v1 against Yinhui. Tokus will finally finish Perez off, but the damage is already done in the gold lane. Now the Terrify on the Fanhua, and Philippines are all down here and get a second kill on top of it.
Oh, that's not gonna be great. Both teams, the roaming trio, understandably will be able to go online at the same time, and generally they are strong in the early stages of the game, but we can very clearly tell that Philippines, they have got they managed to grab hold of the reins of this game for now, and the gold lane has got a phenomenal start as well, taking away all of the energy turrets, gets the kill. She did die, yes, but as the Rafa said, damage is done. It's not about the trades anymore. It's about the gold laners.
Perez being able to get the full gold steal and then an extra kill is huge. And now Rivero will find the Julian off the primal route. Spirit Destruction lands in the back line. Yinhui gonna jump behind the Mortis, but he's able to figure away. Now Diagon being chased down by 3 members of China. Makes that 5 as Jessica and Yinhui will join them. Diagon still actually surviving for quite a long time, but the question is for how long? He is basically isolated now in the back line. All this time though being used by Al Puerto effectively to steal the bottom half of Tokus' jungle.
4 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and the bottom lane G1 has already been destroyed. Forced a little bit of a lane swap between Philippines as well as China up to the top lane for the gold laners to nestle themselves well in. That pretty much means that unfortunately the team lead is still stuck in the lane and have a little bit of problem moving out of the lane fast enough. While for the while for the side of the Edith, she's already out and roaming.
Yeah, that is the thing about like having the Hilda around as well, right? Khalid and Hilda do similar things, but Hilda unlocks herself in the lane so much more effectively just because of how much pressure she exerts with her presence. Because the Philippines are able to adopt much more aggressive positions on the map. Despite that though, the network difference isn't actually all that big. Only about 500 gold in favor of the PH side. So China are still keeping up in farm.
Slowly but surely, I will say that China, they should be able to get themselves a pretty good lead as well as a pretty good power spike by the mid of the game. Possibly 8 to 9 minutes of the game, that is probably when China will want to stay strong. For Philippines, Perez might not be able to join into the fight all that much because of very potential split pushing that they will want to do just into response to the Moscow.
Oh, very good combo coming in here from Jessica. A full out attack onto Amara's in the mid lane, and a free kill with some backup from Vermouth. So China already clawing their way back, and the network is now even 6 minutes in.
And I believe that with 300 gold over the start, China will want to increase the lead a little bit more. Now, of course, the gold laners are pretty much going to be stuck in this top lane for an extended period of time. They want to get it as much farm as possible, especially China knows that, okay, this game is on her. The early into the mid phase of the game, the team will carry Feathers just so that they will be able to get there even further from that point onward. The total is going to be top to the bottom lane though, so this is what we're going to have to watch.
Surprisingly, even though the turtle is down on the bottom half of the map, we are seeing a lot of rotation up towards the top. Philippines making sure that Perez isn't continuously harassed, while China starting to rotate down over to help out Tokus with that turtle as well. So by doing this, they are giving Perez a bit of a free lane up top. So that's something they have to pay attention to. They've already lost the power up there.
Now the priority goes to the start of China, but it believes as though that the Philippines want to fight back.
El Puerto going to be able to steal the turtle away. Very nice timing on the retribution, as China was not able to force them away from the 50-50.
Now China goes back over to the middle lane, gets themselves a quick defense down over to the T1 to ensure that they don't lose anymore. Philippines have been very hard-headed when it comes down to clearing out all of these T1s and such. The top lane and the bottom lane T1 has already been destroyed. The next one is gonna be the middle lane.
And speaking of, El Puerto even tapping out Tokus in her own jungle and winning out that 1v1. Philippines now regaining the lead and forcing China back into defensive positions. This could actually be quite bad. Fracture even dropping Vermouth and Sanhua to 10%. They are taking so many towers with this.
Philippines is just absolutely dominating when it comes down to all of these objective takes. The next T2 in the middle lane is taken down, and I believe that the bottom lane is almost taken down with one more shot of the ballista, but we can pretty much take it as though that turret is gone. And oh, that's not good! Middle lane, the whole defense! 8 minutes and 30 seconds in!
A very quick rush down here. China not quite reaching the point in the game where they're comfortable enough to start doing the things that we know them for, and Philippines knows it. They're going to prolong this period as much as possible by exerting more and more pressure, gaining more and more goal lead, and making it so that China are afraid to extend out onto the map.
Without a doubt, as long as Philippines is able to land just a single hit and chip off the turret in the middle lane. Oh, I think it's gonna have to, since the bottom lane and the top lane T2 is actually too up, it will be able to telegraph the Lord down to the middle lane. This is one of the few times that it's actually good that your side turrets are still up. So this way, the next Lord is guaranteed to run down in the middle lane, and the Holy Defense would not even be able to chip off any form of HP off of the Lord as well as the Mega Team. This is looking to be great for Philippines already.
Even Tokus trying to come from the flank, scouted out by Diagon. It's a 1v4, but even if Diagon dies here, which I think probably, yup, she will, Killing Projecta does not mind it, because Al Puerto is able to get the Lord for free, and China can no longer find the position to gank them, because they've already backed it off from the river.
So now with the Lord that has been taken down already, Philippines, they have got a very strong lane that would eventually be pushing down the middle lane 10 minutes into the game. It's kind of comes to the point whereby I wouldn't even be surprised if the inhibitor turret in the middle lane gets taken down. Philippines just need to continue with their onslaught and their crazy pushes. As long as they show absolutely no respect over to China, and with all of that obscene amount of crowd control that they have from South Vivero, it could very well be possible.
Yeah, Philippines still has to be somewhat careful about grouping up a bit too hard, because there's still a lot of AoE for China to play around. Already Phantom dodge, good flicker from Amores. Tokus trying to get where it still actually, but gets knocked up by the Eternal Guard and punish! Oh, Puerto comes in, whacks Tokus real hard. Lord now pushing down middle lane. Yinhai already able to take it down to 30%. China doing a good job of whittling it down, but not quite enough. And Philippines is here to make sure that it crashes into the tower. But it's only the first Lord of the game, so not too much damage done for now.
No charge and just a single swing. Philippines, I don't think that they will be able to make full use of this mega crypt in the middle lane as well, as they have suffered quite a bit of damage coming in from the combination of Yin Huai as well as the Lu. But the top lane, there is definitely a little bit of a collection of creeps, but there's still nothing that China can't deal with. As such, Philippines, unfortunately, even with the holy defense down that early, they didn't really quite manage to capitalize on that. So good thing for China.
One worry for China, though, is that we kind of see them getting just a little bit desperate. Taken jumping in that far just to kill a Morris. Like, even if she was actually able to get that kill, I don't think sacrificing yourself at that point in time would be particularly worth it. So there needs to be a bit more composure going into this. As for the Philippines, they are perfectly content to continue this stalemate. We already know how powerful Natan can be once you get the max slots. They don't even worry that Yinhuai will be able to farm the matter.
And now Yinhuai is picking up the core holy trinity. All three items with the golden staff being the last one being picked up is now in their arsenal. China might be able to take this fight a little bit better now, especially since now the anti-cuirass has also been made inside of Fanhua. So a little bit of tankability joined into the fray, a little bit more damage into the fray for the side of Yinhuai. The moment that China kind of holds down the fort well enough and just kind of capitalize on mistakes from the side of the Philippines, but the comeback could still be very real.
Yeah, it's not impossible. That's why the Philippines still needs to be somewhat wary, so they can definitely afford to be a bit more on the aggro side. They're gonna start by initiating on Fanhua, who really just has no backup. China is not prepared to try and engage on that with all 5 members of the Philippines.
Not great at all. Now Philippines have gotten the Lord for themselves. And now, oh boy, China unfortunately have to kind of play around with their back against the wall. They're completely stuck and they are teetering on a breaking point.
Yeah. Right now, that point is getting closer and closer. With another Lord pushing down the mid lane, China are going to have a very difficult defense. At the very least, they still have their inhibitors standing, but this is probably going to take down most of them as the Philippines are actually properly syncing up the waves and make sure that they're able to do as much damage as possible. Oh, hold on. They did find the Agon. Revitalize comes out. Yinhuai so close to taking it out, but here comes the Fuego! Focus explodes! Double kill for All Fuego, and Yinhuai follows swiftly behind. With that, China, there's no way they can hold on anymore. But throws itself at them, and the crystal is exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, your Asian Esports Games Grand Finals will be between Indonesia and the Philippines.
The gamble to hope that they will be able to bring down the Hilda, unfortunately, just did not go down so well. The moment they realized that the Hilda.
Watching the Cambodia lineup, I was suggesting, oh, you should ban Zusin instead. But Philippines will go ahead and grab it regardless. He's definitely not as strong as he used to be, but still a very solid hero. It's just that there's more counterplay against him now.
Yeah, so technically speaking, the Alpha is going to be a very decent pickup coming from the side of Asia. Right off the bat, they have decided to pick up a Hilo for themselves. So at least when it comes down to the tanky department, Indonesia have got that covered. Mages, on the other hand, a lot of all these things are still out. Sana, Aurora, Zoe, they are all heroes that we can pretty much expect. But jungle-wise is where we start to kind of rack our brains. Alpha, Hayabusa, Julian, Nolan, all 4 of these are also very highly contested in the Asian Esports game.
Yeah, absolutely. These are all very popular heroes among some of these women's teams. And I think so far, teams are going to try and make it so that they can keep the draft a little bit more on the open side, right? We got Harith and Hylos together. I think Philippines can definitely counteract this by going ahead and grabbing something like the Gatot Kacha again. Avatar Guardian, very good solution to Zaman Force. And if they pair it up with like the Eve, for example, then you already have a really hard-hitting team fight crowd control lineup.
Yeah, so Philippines immediately snagged onto the Hayabusa, and Kacha indeed will be the pickup for the side of Philippines, directly threatening the longevity of that Summon Force. But we have seen a couple of times before of that Paris playing into a Gattaca. They have 2 seconds to make it work. As such, I think Indonesia, what they can look forward to is just look for composition that can allow them to go for very thirsty composition, very thirsty ways to kind of get the enemies. But I would say that the Nolan might actually be a pretty good pick here.
Actually, something that I want to first consider is Philippines picked Suyo and Hayabusa. So,
Right.
where
Yeah.
are they intending to field this? We have seen variations
Suyo
of this in
XP?
the past. I feel like it is most likely Suyo XP if anything. I remember we've seen some Hayabusa gold in the past on the world stage. Not something I would particularly recommend. So probably the former, but this is already a very interesting start.
Oh, good catch. I it completely slipped out of my mind. That is a double, typically jungle league heroes in one lineup. So we gotta have to watch the draft go on before we can have a very good idea of what Philippines is cooking at this moment in time. So we're just gonna be looking at the rest of the band. Vegeta immediately banned out inside of Indonesia as they picked up that Vexana for themselves.
One thing I will point out is that if Philippines was intending to do this and put
Maksud
Trio in the EXP
dia
lane, it might have
hai
been
ba
nicer
mata
to
suto
keep the jungle pick until the very
coba
end to
lura
keep it as a surprise.
atau kok noi
Most
tengko
likely they ended up locking in Hayabusa at this point because they just want Hayabusa specifically and don't want Indonesia contesting it away. But it is a bit of a waste that you are like showing this surprise so early on, right? But in the second phase, we do see the heroes we talked about earlier, Kavita and So, both being banned out.
So there is definitely that level of respect coming in from both teams, with Indonesia targeting down onto Amores, while Philippines targeting down onto
mata
Xavier.
suto
So
tala noi
it is still
no
actually up for a grab. Just
sulit
gonna
kira
ambiguous as
kimata
to how
suto
the
di
Hilos as well as
kimata
the
suto
Gattaca is eventually going to be picking out. The Philippines have decided to go for bans on heroes that are primarily displacement heroes, as well as heroes that are really good at early game aggression. As you can see, literally every all 5 heroes the Philippines ban
ai
out
ve
for
hena
are
zia de
all
arosia
early
ye
game heroes that can really put a number onto any late game competition.
I think that's very smart of them, right? Like the identifying feature of most
mata
Indonesian
suto sala
gameplay
ye
is
yo no
their early game aggression and how
ah
good they are at snowballing
sini dito
leads
oh
right from the first
tole
few minutes. So they
igun
do
ora
want
dine
to
di
give
lab
them
nei
that sort of comfort play. It's sad that we won't get to see Toe or Don,
ai
but I
para
think
no
those are both
thele
very
then
fun
alagi
heroes to watch. But
leburim
Indonesia gonna go in the opposite direction here, it looks like. With the Ling, they're actually leaning a bit more towards the late game still.
Indeed, it kind of seems as though Indonesia just be like, yeah, you're banning out so many of the early game heroes, then okay, let's play the long game. We can't, we you don't allow us to play the early game with you, then we will use what you like to beat against you, and that is the main game.
Yep. So there is some risk to that, of course, right? Ling today has had his ups and downs being picked up by teams here and there. Yeah, mixed success, I think, is a better way of describing it. If you're not able to get that early lead, things can be quite tough for you. And Philippines really bringing something interesting to the table here. Aurora and Ixia. I'm not sure I agree with this. I feel like Ixia is alright against Harrison Lane, but is very vulnerable to Lane.
What? What is the carbon actually cooking in here? Oh, with the Ikea in the mix of Philippines. They have very good ways of counter engage with the Malaysia as well as the AOG, but that means that the team fight will be extremely rooted down. But in the meantime, you gotta have to expect the link that would eventually come over to the back line to really deal with Ikea. That means that you actually need a very strong anchor from the side of Philippines that kind of plays as the shadow of Ikea. And unfortunately, that shadow might actually just be that Aurora. So they might actually just keep the Frigid Frost, or Frigid Glacier, specifically for the event of a big fight.
And that's gonna be hard to do though. That's one of your main forms of setup when you draft something like this. So if you save it specifically for the Ling, all Porto has to do is just not be part of the fight, which is perfectly fine for a Ling, right? And you're always gonna be holding on to it, waiting to see where they pop off.
So a lot of aerial denial coming from both teams, right? We've got Katakasia, we've got the Aurora, we've got Phobias as well as the Summon Force. They both want to play for area. They want to win these river fights. But of course, if we talk about river fights, we are always gonna go back into lane priority. Which one of these teams is gonna lead the lane a lot sooner? Unfortunately, I don't get that opportunity to actually see a studio in the EXP lane all that much, so I'm not particularly sure about the priority of a studio against Phobias.
I feel like Phobia should have a better time. Like he's just very, very good at healing. So you do still have to respect the percentage HP damage that Studio has. As long as you do so, though, you are perfectly okay. Mid lane freeze onto Cinny. Vivian in some trouble.
I don't think that Sin is going to go down that early, but luckily for the side of Indonesia, they are all going to be safe and sound for now. Now, the fun thing about the bottom lane, it does seem as though the Echo is controlling the lane, freezing the lanes a little bit while Diagon took the opportunity to kind of shout the wave a little bit. So this is where we gotta have to find out a little bit about how this matchup is gonna look like. Fumi Echo probably gonna start things out onto Diagon, but the HP of Fumi Echo is not looking good. But B-Ball joins in the fray, doesn't have Diagon to immediately go for the auto attack out of the pinch point. As such, Diagon takes the first kill down over to the side of Fumi Echo. The typical blaze available for the side of B-Ball, almost bringing down Diagon.
Abi
Survives,
direct
got the
de
flipper. The S1 gets Diagon away.
That was a masterclass by Diagon. There's no better way of describing it. Using that ultimate to get that extra HP regen. If not for that, Diagon would have actually fallen to Vival and it would have been EXP for EXP trade. And because of that, Fumi Echo actually missed out on an EXP minion. That's immediately going to put her behind just in terms of levels. And I did notice Diagon with the Benson, Fumi Echo with the Flicker, a little bit of a reversal with the Battlestone you usually see. Diagon actually a little bit better in the direct fight.
Fumi Echo with the flicker, okay. I'm not too sure how that's gonna look like, but ladies and gentlemen, I think it's pretty fair to say that Studio is dominating the lane against the Focus. Look at that. Just not much of a challenge, even if the Infernal Pursuit is available for this Phobias. But as we speak, Philippines, they've pulled the turtle right out for a little bit. Indonesia, they're not really quite interested in taking up this fight as of now. The immortal form coming from Diagon just ensures that the amount of damage taken reduction is so high that Diagon is just not receiving any of the poke damage.
Yeah, very good spacing from both sides. I feel like Philippines are in a better position to try and go ahead and contest this turtle, especially considering Diagon's the lead on Fumi Echo right now, but they don't really know where Vival is on the rotation in the jungle yet. So it's a bit risky to try and blitz it without that information.
Yes, now Vivian opens up the glorious pathway, hoping they will be able to find something at the end of it, but wasn't able to do quite much as Philippines continue onwards when it comes down to particulation. Did manage to land on the Vivian while Vival gets herself away with the Tempest of Plate as they continue and engage. Vivero is going to go down as now it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Fumi Echo quickly flickers away from Diagon at the brink of death. And Diagon again! Not the S1 again! Not the S1 away from Ling again, man.
Seems like Diagon might actually be pretty comfortable on the COEXP lane. I'm seeing very impressive micro mechanics from her so far, and both kills on the Filipino side belonging to this duo. Not a good sign for Fumi Echo. As EXP laners, we know how bad it feels to be behind a lane at this stage.
Oh man, oh man. So what can we exactly expect out of this? Philippines, they have got a pretty strong EXP lane at this point in time. Lane has constantly been trying to head down to the bottom to get a couple of free kills, but just through the dynamic diffidence from all of that, and this is just not looking too great from the side of Indonesia. I mean, to be fair, they're not exactly an early game competition, I get that. But it's more about the fact that going into the mid phase of the game, how is that going to look like? Because I just want to see how this fixture will fare in a 5v5 battle against Indonesia, because I'm pretty sure that Rival will be the pain in the ass for Perez once the ultimate is just called out.
One thing I will say is that Cell is not going to have a good time this game. The moment you see that Zaman Force comes down, the AOG or the full barrage is just going to be laid down covering it. But they're going to try and defend this top tower.
We haven't seen the full barrage on the side of Perez just yet, though. We have a three-man pop up in the top lane of Philippines. A quick little flicker from the side of Perez. This is just going to be it's going to be taken down for now. Forced to revitalize over to the side of Media.
The direct message, that's a direct message being
Not really able to duel the
professional.
Agon very comfortably either. Tempest of Blade comes out. The Vengeance is going to be used.
Vengeance as well as kind of getting away from the center with the Evil Queller. Absolutely fast chasing from the side of Studio, but in the meantime, big little flicker from the side of Fumi Echo just to get herself away from the main part of the team fight. And now, of course, with the full barrage, it didn't really quite do any number on the side of Indonesia, so that is one big ultimate that actually extended from the side of Philippines. This means that Indonesia should be able to take this turtle with no problems whatsoever.
That was actually very well played by Indonesia there. They positioned themselves and used cooldowns that made it appear as if they were going to start and force a fight, which caused Perez to pop out the full barrage. At the moment they saw that, they just backed it off and left Philippines without enough resources to continue battling for the objective. And so they were able to take it without too much contestation. We can definitely see the maturity coming in from these teams.
Indonesia really wants to keep up Perez, but it doesn't feel like things are going to work so well as the AOG plus a critical later lands onto Vivian and crediting the kill over to the side of Perez, while the Zaman Force is going to be top kill. Wasn't able to find any opportunity to do anything against Perez as he opens up the full barrage, deals a decent amount of damage over to the side of Gel, while it is going to be the quad teleport over the example kill from the side of Puerto to just immediately chain it up over to the next person. Unfortunately, Perez is going to be the first person to be taken down from the side of Philippines, followed by Vivero. And now Indonesia, they are happy with the fact that it is a 1-4-2 trade.
Yeah, Indonesia is very happy about that one. In fact, with just a little bit more HP, Vival could have probably gotten 1 or 2 more kills there as well. That was really perfectly timed. Also, Puerto got a great angle flank with the OG shadow kill. Cell managed to jump away from it, allowing Cindy to tank most of it. And then Cindy herself was able to flicker out with the perfect timing to disjoint the ultimate ability from the Hayabusa as well. With Vival timing her arrival to do as much AoE damage as possible with that Tempest of Blade. The Philippines should have been in full control of that gank, but Indonesia actually turned it around on them and ended up trading positively. So with all that spoken, there really isn't much of a goal difference 8 minutes in.
You're gonna have to take note that the bottom lane T1 has already been taken down from the side of Diagon. So all the way up to the top lane is gonna be where Diagon is at this moment as we speak. With the with the Lord that's currently available at the bottom lane, it's just can join into the battle pretty effectively. I don't think that she will be able to do too much. It pokes a little bit here and there with the full barrage, but it is all just a matter of time if the Philippines is ready to pick up this fight. As now, jungle versus jungle. We'll take a look at that. Level 11 on the side of Vertical, while for the side of Vival is at level 12. So Indonesia, they do have a tad bit of a lead if they want to take on the Lord, but it's not as easy as that.
Yeah, I think Vival definitely got a big EXP injection with the 3 assists that he was able to get up in the top lane. And Indonesia right now is in a pretty good spot in terms of fighting capability. But I think the Philippines also recognize that they're very independent and can go for split pushes instead. So we can see Indonesia being dragged across the map to try and housekeep against the minion wave.
And now Igor is halfway, just gonna be making his way right in the face of Vegan while the Eternal God sends Vegan up to the sky and the full barrage unleashes on the Vegan, and it is definitely gonna be a dead Vegan right now. The rest of the members for the side of Philippines, they are going to be coming in to scramble and pick up the pieces as Shell is gonna be the next one down. Diagon picks up the double kill down on the Fumi Echo.
Impressive gameplay there from the Philippines. And this is what we're talking about, right? Using the macro presence that they have to split up Indonesia. And then when Indonesia try to go for the fight, when they think that not all of the PH team are around, Diagon is able to rotate right over. Vival not even able to approach the Lord Pit here, as this EXP lane Suyo is actually messing with them really hard.
So now, Indonesia didn't really quite get too much kills from that previous fight itself. Doesn't seem like they managed to get any form of control within of the Zaman force. In fact, Cell has mostly been trying to run away throughout the entire engagement. So Indonesia gonna have to find a way to really hold down the fort. I think that the main thing is that they sort of got a little bit too early, and they wasn't able to stop literally anyone from walking out of the Zaman fort, or perhaps even stopping Shell from dominating within of the Zaman fort.
Yeah, it's just been very effective so far from the Philippines. Indonesia being forced into very defensive action right now, but they're gonna continue.
Nizor Dechantuy, Oyanogorot.
Now the AOG Rivero gets herself out of that breathing glacier. This is going to be fine and dandy for now, but unfortunately Perez found herself taken down by a train wreck of an Indonesia. The bottom lane Lord unfortunately wasn't able to find any dividends, but the main thing is Philippines should be able to take this T1 no problem. As such, granting themselves entryway into the jungle is to be expected.
Yeah, a kill on to Perez there is pretty nice for Indonesia. This is what we mentioned as well. XCL is particularly vulnerable to Ling, but I don't think Philippines minds that too much. Al Puerta was pushing up top lane the entire time, already got a 3 tower off of it, and they still have a 4k gold lead at this stage. Indonesia need to buy more time for Cell and Vival to come online, otherwise Philippines are in full control of this.
Let's be honest here. When it comes down to that Suyo is paying dividends. It's really strong in the early stages of the game, and right now we're just kind of looking to see just what else can he possibly do in the upcoming team fight. We know that Soul Sever can either give a lot of damage based on the lost HP, or just generally keep Diagon alive in the fight, especially since she's gonna be in the immortal form. That is double front line from Gatakaka plus Studio. At first, I kind of doubt the sustainability from the Studio, but let's be honest here, the Brave Smite is actually working pretty well.
I mean, Studio can be actually surprisingly bulky, but as a hero, that usually depends on whether he's actually a hit or not. Right? Studio is the type that really does well with an item advantage, but if he doesn't have that lead, he ends up being 50 squishy. So because Diagon is already 4-0 on this hero, it's actually quite difficult for Indonesia to deal with her. And even now, it's a 1v3.
Wow! Didn't even got brought down to half HP. Being in immortal form, Last of Vengeance, completely feels as though they mitigated a crazy amount of damage. Now, couple that with a revitalize, I think Diagon might actually just be an unkillable beast in the eyes of Indonesia.
Honestly, watching this, I kind of want to play through your EXP lane now. Apologies to anyone who queues up with me in pubs later on, but this is surprisingly effective from the side of Philippines. We thought that Phobia should be able to win out that 1v1 somewhat, but good lane control and pressure from Diagon right at level 1 already put her very far behind, and then the kill after that was just the cherry on top. With no EXP lane priority to play around, Indonesia simply does not have enough early game burst and pressure, and that has allowed Philippines to continue extending their lead throughout the entire game.
So, 7-4 and 14 minutes into the game, Indonesia. What kind of power spike can we be expecting from them, right? With the Harris as well as the Ling, we can definitely expect more firepower from them, maybe about 16 minutes from now, since they're currently at 35,000 gold. We should want to see them at around 42,000 gold to really make solid statements over to the side of FedEx, right? Because top time, very tanky. Indonesia don't really have that kind of damage. Even for Chow, I think that she would find it a little bit difficult trying to bring down Diagon.
Yeah, Shell needs at least Holy Crystal, and I think Vival needs like her third or fourth item. And Indonesia just not has not reached that point in time yet. The Lord's just pushing in, and the inhibitors are falling one by one.
So, how's this gonna look like? As now it is going to be a quick little jump in from the side of AOG. Even just open things up, just run right in the face of Perez. But I don't think that Vegan is gonna do too much because the amount of damage from the side of Perez is just withering down Vegan is crazy. While the full barrage opens up the curtain just to ensure that Vegan will not be able to get away. The front two liners on the side of Philippines may have been taken down, but no one is gonna be stopping El Puerto as well as Perez from bringing down the middle lane and the bottom lane in the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, the inhibitor towers are already all gone for Indonesia, and now the crystal is wide open. It is still a 3-for-3 matchup. I'm not sure the Philippines can just force it.
I don't think that Shell. Oh, never mind. Shell manages to run away, but with an incoming creep wave in the middle lane, Indonesia will close that out almost immediately. As now, Philippines are going back to the drawing board and waiting for the next opportune moment to take the Lord and eventually end the game.
This has been an unexpected situation with Suyo. Despite it not being kept as a secret for too long in the draft, seems to be something that Indonesia wasn't particularly prepared for. I guess they would be under the impression that it wouldn't be the most effective overall, considering it's not a hero you'd ever see in that lane picked up. But so far, Philippines are using it to its fullest extent. It is creating so much space alongside Vivero to set up for Al Puerto on this Hayabusa. Indonesia, they just need more time, but with no structures left on their side of the map, it's gonna be very, very dangerous for them to push out at all.
Oh, Vivian actually just running right into the face of Morris as well as Zero, but doesn't seem like Vivian is going to go down in time soon just yet. But Vivero doesn't have a lot of HP to be working with just yet. The quick little purify from the side of Shell wants to get away, but it is an old 17 that brought Shell as well as got the Jimmy down to a pretty low amount of HP, but at least the Wicked Crown, he managed to make sure that they are going to be staying alive. For all of this engagement, the only person that went down is going to be Vivo for the side of the Argon. You still want to go on through, but wait, El Puerto went a little bit too deep, and City gets the kill down over to the members of Philippines.
Sydney definitely the MVP for Indonesia in this game. 6-0 on the Vexana. Just staying alive and prolonging the fight, popping Terrify and burst damage over and over again. That's the only way Indonesia is able to stop Philippines from just steamrolling over them. In the previous fight, we actually saw it being fairly even. The Philippines just had so much survivability and damage from the backline that it seemed like Indonesia wouldn't be able to catch up anymore. So it shows that they do still have damage to play around with, so their opponents cannot disrespect them.
There is so much possible way for Philippines and Indonesia themselves to run over to the back line. Whoever managed to do their job the best will always come up on top. And in this case, Indonesia, it is actually pretty nice for the fact that Shell got away from the OG Shadow Kill by transferring over to Sini, and then Sini popped off with the winner crown to ensure that she will be staying alive from all of that. As such, El Puerto went through all of that nonsense just to get zero dividends.
But now they're gonna have to defend against all three waves at once. This is so many minions for the Philippines.
And now the full barrage is going to be popping on the side of Perez, but unfortunately that's not going to be a long-lasting one. And now the rest of the members for Indonesia is just going to be jumping themselves around the Perez, brings them down almost immediately for Vivian, as well as Fumi Echo. They want to prolong this fight as much as possible, just to ensure that their backlines will be able to do a decent amount of Viva as well as Joe. The last two members remaining, or never mind, if they'll be sure City, but the rest of the members on the side of Philippines are all just going to be absolutely fundamentally melted down by Shell, and she got away with all of that, with no problems whatsoever.
The minions are doing a lot of damage to the crystal, but with Cine and Shell alive, they're actually still able to hold. Indonesia has evened out the goal difference. Cine, the absolute goddess that she is on the land of Dawn right now. The damage coming out of this Vexana needs to be respected. Shell being able to survive that as well means that they can go for more. They can push straight down mid.
That amount of damage is absolutely illegal, bundled with crazy mobility. This is why Harrod is such a force to be reckoned with. This Indonesia, they have a barren wasteland at home, They went for a phenomenal defense, and now they're looking to go for a comeback. I'm not too sure whether they can or not, but they absolutely need to go for a five-man wipeout and end the game straight from the middle lane.
Yeah, I feel like we cannot afford to wait for this too much longer themselves, right? If Indonesia are given more time to scale up, we already see how much of a problem this is actually becoming for them. That base defense is deceptively effective from ID. Philippines, they still have control. They still have a lot of leeway to work with since they've only lost one tower the entire game. But death timers at this stage are going to be so long that if you end up losing crucial members at the wrong time, the game is just over.
So, with the Lord currently available for both of the teams to take, it's all about the engagement and, of course, all about who's going to be the one that pulls the trigger first. Now, Vero, right within of the pixel brush, look to go for a coordinated attack together between Vivero and Amores, but wasn't quite caught up by Vivian. Very vigilant to ensure that she gets away from that attack.
The Philippines are able to see that City is stuck in base, having to deal with all the pushing minion waves. No inhibitors means that you're gonna have someone back in base at all times to make sure that there isn't a backdoor happening. And we can see the Agon just consistently pushing down bot lane to make sure that she stays there as well. The moment Philippines finds the opportunity, they are going to start really melting down this Lord, because it is going to be free as long as Indonesia can be kept in their base.
And now the Lord down to 18,000 HP. Indonesia holds on to the Lord for a little bit. It seems like they want to reset this fight. I don't think, yes, they are going to go for the reset, as I believe that they still don't have the Vexana with them in the battles. And Indonesia themselves knows exactly how important having the Vexana is in the upcoming team fight because of the previous engagement.
Yeah, but Cine just cannot be unlocked from the base at all. In fact, I'm kind of surprised the Philippines aren't trying to force something a little bit more, knowing that Indonesia is going to be at a numbers advantage. This is actually a very tense Lord dance. We are 22 minutes into the game. Network differences really don't matter anything at this point. It is all about execution. Philippines, they still have some space to make mistakes because, yes, they still have towers. Indonesia, though, has to be incredibly cautious.
Oh, this is tough, right? Actually throwing spinning the mage to clear the way in the base. This is actually a little bit tough for us to follow, because even after clearing all these waves, we gotta have to walk slowly back over to the team fight. And all Philippines need to do is just disengage from the Lord. And then wait for the lanes at the bottom lane to eventually push out again. And bing bada boom. You can go back to the Lord again.
It's a slow one here, Abstract. There's a reason it's called a Lord dance, and this one is a particularly slow dance between these two very, very well-matched teams. There's a lot of experience here facing off against one another as well, and understanding of each other's habits. Lord dropping the half HP. Is this finally going to be it?
Oh no, Vivo is not around as such. She's stunned by she's stunned by Diagon, but it's okay. It's still okay. Vivo goes to the back, actually found El Puerto. Not quite enough to bring her down though.
Everyone knows their lives so much right now, but Shell is engaging.
Oh, better! Taken down by the hands of Shell, and now Indonesia. They're just running it down over to Vivero. Didn't quite get enough to bring Vivero down and even pop the immortality just yet, but a solid push.
A really good initiative from Shell there. She was definitely the one who made the call. Saw Perez out of position and instantly went for the punish. This is because the rest of Indonesia had been able to chase away more team members like Al Puerto as well. So Shell felt like there was no danger to her life. And that's going to be pretty good. But Perez is only down for another 30 seconds. And it's still difficult for Indonesia to try and steal the Lord within that timing.
So, audience members from Indonesia ready to go for the push. They need to get this lockdown ASAP, as the bottom lane is already slowly pushing in. They're still a wave of creep now, so they should be technically fine for now. But they're really afraid of the initiation coming in from both Vivero as well as Morris. They can't get hit at both of these facilities at the same time. The moment that they do, the front line will be knocked down, and unfortunately, Vivian is in no condition to continue the fight. Not a lot of HP to work with, not a lot of mana to work with too.
The Agon is also being very annoying, just consistently making sure that City can never leave the base by pushing both mid and bottom at the same time. Minions are so difficult to clear at this point, but Indonesia cannot risk leaving Cell or Bibal in the base to clear them up. These are your only main sources of DPS now that we have gotten into the 25-minute mark.
This, oh boy, a long game for the very first game of the grand finals match. What a way to start. The Lord Dance is starting to really hold on for a long time. The Lord's HP has been extended to 67,000 HP. At this point in time, there is absolutely no way that you can blitz this down anymore. And it's still slowly, steadily increasing to 72,000 HP.
Alpuerto and Diagon tried to gank Vival in the bot lane as well, but he's already been able to maneuver away from them, so there's no way of getting a jungle advantage yet either. I think they can only just keep going with this push and pull in terms of the minion wave, hoping that there will be a mistake made and an opportunity created. Otherwise, who knows how long this is going to be stalemated.
Oh man, how long would this be? Would there ever be a point in time where the game drags on for so long it becomes completely impossible with a certain lineup to bring down the Lord?
I think it's a little bit tricky to say, all things considered, right? Like even though Philippines still have way more towers than Indonesia at this point, the game can actually go either way. Right, it's just a little bit easier if the Philippines want to like set up for a backdoor attack or something, right? But if you're going for straight up team fight, whoever is able to get the like big wipeout first, just straight up wins the game. Doesn't matter which side you're on.
Honestly, I was just kind of baffled from the side of Philippines that they're not making full use of the fact that Vexana was sent to base to kind of wave clear, right? Because you already have information that Vexana is all the way at the base. The moment that you take a fight and you find yourself, okay, we've got 4 seconds to make this work. We just need to jump on the shell or we need to jump on the V-Vault. We find that, we get out. That way, they will be able to get themselves a nice, sizable numbers advantage in order to eventually take the Lord down. But so far, they haven't been quite active on the movement of Vexana just yet.
The issue is that the Philippines are actually still a little bit wary. At this stage in time, it's still kind of difficult to break through the front line of Vivian and Fumi Echo when they start a fight. And if it takes too long, then City is going to be able to make it from the base regardless, not to mention the amount of resources they would have to spend while also having to be careful of Cell. Philippines does have good damage, yes, but a lot of their lineup is front to back.
Oh, Yagon actually finding herself actually sandwiched between City as well as Shell. That is 2 of the main direct dealers for the side of Indonesia that has been pulled away. But Philippines might actually find an opportunity here. Quick little freeze over to the side of this. They have eyes on the Fumi Echo, but they know where else the rest of the damage dealers is here.
Yeah, and despite all of that, the Agon's still going to be playing around the bot lane, looking for that split push instead. This is officially a stalemate, ladies and gentlemen, and this is only game 1 of the grand finals. Neither side willing to take a risk when this is the perfect time in the series to try and make something happen.
This is probably the biggest stalemate I have ever casted on so far. Like, it hasn't been a long time, I gotta be honest. Like, yes, we have games that lasted this long, but not exactly a point in time where both teams are just hovering in their jungles, waiting for the opponent to make the move on the Lord. This is probably the first time.
I mean, we talked about how important stamina is going to be in a best of 7, and right now they're already testing it when the series has just begun. I have no idea how long this game 1 is going to last, Abstract, and I'm a little bit afraid.
Yep, go do something. Wait, they're doing something now. Indonesia put the echo with a for the pursuit down onto the Morris, and now they are backing off now. Oh.
Got a bit too excited too quickly there, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little bit sad.
Yeah, a little bit of a manifestation.
You know what? I understand.
If I go loud, they'll go all in too.
The issue is that Philippines actually don't have that much damage overall, since like some of their heroes are gonna start falling off at this point in the game.
At this point in time, I'll just take any form of glorious halfway as just kind of like a psych. I'm not gonna engage. I'll wait for you to come in kind of situation, right? And okay, maybe has a lot of damage. That's not even the ultimate. The Wishing Lantern is actually doing quite a lot of good damage over the side of Vivero, and they should really look out for the mages. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they're definitely looking out. In fact, both teams are looking out so much that they're just not willing to do anything, right? Indonesia actually kind of has the advantage just in terms of team fighting because now that they've scaled up, Harith and Lane both hit incredibly hard alongside the Vexana. Whereas Philippines only really have Perez to play around in this late game stage. That's why even when City is stuck in base dealing with wave clear the entire time, they're not willing to take the 5v4 because they know that if Perez goes down, they cannot actually prolong the engagement against Indonesia anymore. That's why it was so important for the Philippines to end the game when they had the opportunity that Indonesia was able to hold. And because of that, they are back in this. We have no idea how this is going to go. There hasn't been a kill for the last 10 minutes.
Exactly, and I believe that this might be a lead up soon. As now Perez, there we go, Vivero! Running right into the face. On to Fumi Echo. They reach the crowd that's going to be popped, and in the meantime, he was hoping that he will be able to go away from all of that crowd control, but that's not going to be the case because the Frigid Glacier caught onto Fumi Echo with a 70 seconds death timer, and now this is where the domino effect goes down. The moment that you have managed to rumble onto a breaking point, this is where a team starts to shake. And Indonesia lost the phobias. Philippines now have got the numbers advantage as they reset the law.
I don't know what Philippines is doing actually. They should totally be blitzing this down right now. Especially after that one. Okay. Now is go time.
Now we're talking. You've got two members down on the opposite side. Indonesia, they're running for the hills. And now you have a big, beefy Lord that will be marching in from the middle lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to say anything about jinxing, but let's be honest here. Philippines took a long time to take that Lord down. A very long time. So, Indonesia will have a long time to bring that Lord down as well. So I'm pretty sure that this game is over by then, but we're just going to be taking a look all the way to the final moments as Indonesia is just going to be going for a counter attack. We've got Beacon all the way to the back line, surviving with that a little bit with the ring of punishment. Not going to do too much silly. She's going to be A-okay as she flickers backwards. It's going to be fine for now, but both teams went all the way in. No one has died yet. Okay, no one has died. Well, Indonesia will be Echo almost running away. The AOG is going to be landing, but the winner ground is going to be popped from the side of Gel, using the immortality and immediately buying the rose gold meter. But that's not quite enough because survivability is not what they want. They want to bring the Lord down.
We have only just begun, people. This is only the beginning, and Abstract is already dead. F in the chat for Abstract, everyone. 33-minute game one. A victory for the Philippines in our best of 7 grand finals. A grueling marathon of a game. I hope we don't have too many of those.
We asked for 5, 6 games. We could go to 7 games and all, but if we have to watch games that run 35 minutes, yeah, maybe not, but maybe not. So we don't see how that's gonna work out. Philippines did manage to take 1 point away from Indonesia. I am still technically on on the path, right? Because I thought for 4-1 victory, but this is actually momentum. Philippines might actually be able to steamroll with this amount of momentum and hope that they will be able to do a decent job moving on forward, going up against Indonesia for the next 3 games if they manage to clean sweep them.
Yeah, this is actually the first game that Team Philippines has been able to take from Indonesia the entire day. And I'm not like biased or anything abstract, but I'm going to be honest, I don't really like the way they won it. It was they literally just prolonged the game as long as possible, hoping for Indonesia to make a mistake instead of being proactive in like setting something up, right? Every single time Cine was stuck in base defending minion waves, they didn't
They
take the
could go
Lord.
for it.
When they got a kill on Fumi Echo, and while City was defending top, they didn't take the Lord. They had to wait specifically until Duval decided to try and take matters into her own hands before they decided, ah, now we can take Lord. I don't know, man. I feel like it's too safe, you know?
Way too safe. Way too safe. That's why macro decisions as well as macro play is so important so that we don't reach this kind of extent. If you have naturally pushing lanes on one side, then you can always be able to make full use of that because you're already going into a fight 5 versus 4. And in that case, there have even been times where Cine and Vivao was last seen at the bottom lane, but Philippines still did not pull the trigger. Definitely a little bit infuriating, but still, at least Philippines still won the game. A win is still a win.
It is still a win. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams play this sort of more passive style in the past, right? Something that we always say is that it's not really playing to win, it's playing not to lose. I just think that the Philippines are demonstrating the cleanest example of it, right? Typically, when teams do that, they're a bit overly reactive. But in this case, Philippines are actually doing it the correct way. It's just that, man, this is only game one, guys. Like, you still have a best of seven grand finals here. I am really worried about what this is going to do to the overall stamina of both.
Because it's respecting the fact that the studio was played with such greatness by the hands of Yagon. And there we go. Look, at this point in time, this studio is flexible now. I don't think that we have ever said that before, but Studio is now flexible in the hands of Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? 2-0, Diagon on the studio was already able to straight up win the lane without question against something like a Phobius in game number one. So if they can leave it as a flexible option, it is actually a perfectly viable first pick. As for Indonesia, I think going with the high lows first is absolutely fine, but yes, I agree. Dealing away the Hayabusa is somewhat necessary for Philippines to play this trio in the jungle.
So with the Hayabusa and the Hilux picked up from the side of Indonesia, now we no longer will be able to see the Hayabusa on the side of Philippines. So we shall see how that's going. So they want to pick up the Alpha and just so that they can deal with the Hilux. Okay, I'm not gonna assume that the studio is automatically gonna go. But they can definitely set up a little bit of ambiguity over that pick. So picking up a little bit of that gold, picking up that mid laner would be a pretty fair choice at this point in time. Especially, okay, so wow, okay, right off the bat, picked up the lead, Fallen Jarhead, very aggressive.
Okay. I like this. I think this is actually a very smart idea from Philippines. In the previous game, they had to deal with Indonesia going for a very scaly type of composition. And also they were in control earlier on. They ended up losing some of that momentum once farm was gained on the Indonesian side. So if this time they could try and force the game to a close sooner by going on more early aggro heroes, especially against the Hayabusa, they should be able to retain more control.
So how will this look like for now? I gotta have to say, so far, with these first three picks, Philippines have got a very strong competition already. They have got lane priority in the EXP laner from the side of the lead since the Hilda is not gonna be seeing the light of day. So we're good on that. Middle lane, we don't really have a very good idea just yet. At least for the Aurora as well as the Vexana, it's still currently available, so we're just gonna leave it that. It still can be picked up on the side of the team. While the aggressiveness coming in from the Jawhead, I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to who is that again? Vivero. I'm pretty sure that Vivero should be able to do a pretty decent job in being able to catch up some of these heroes,
Yep.
Especially if Hylos would just draw the curtain and immediately put down the Glorious Pathway. That's the point in time where you can actually bring the Hylos even deeper, where everyone can just crunch down onto it.
Yeah, what Philippines will need from this point onward is a little bit more burst damage that can really follow up on the jaw hit. I think grabbing things like the Vixana is totally fine. Khadija is actually quite good as well when combined with the jaw hit. Because they just want to have that strong mid-roam duo that's able to start affecting the map straight from the beginning. As for Indonesia, looks like they're going to be focusing a bit more towards the gold lane side, banning out that Moskov and basically trying to limit the ability specifically to early game gameplay so that Harris can have lane priority and it's a little bit harder to gank even with more aggressive heroes.
So with the CC being thrown into the batting pool for the side of Philippines, we've got a Moskov as well as Vexana taken away from Indonesia. Aurora is still currently available. Philippines may choose to go for an Aurora ban if they do not want it to go over to the hands of Indonesia because the Harib is already been taken. So the moment that you actually pair the Harib together with the Aurora, that pretty much just means that they have a very solid answer to anyone that tries to run away from the Gaman Force, or in fact to break follow-up just so that they will be able to extend the longevity of Harib in the Gaman Force.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Uh, I am thinking of like other mazes that can be picked up here for both of these teams actually, and I am still very surprised at how rarely we have been seeing Eve and Loyi. These are two very highly contested mid laners on like the general professional team, the Valentina as well, right? And we just never get to see them. There's a greater priority for things like Kadisa in exchange, right? And why not go for the more reliable heroes that can really open up the map, set up team fights, set up ganks more easily, and just generally have good scaling?
Yeah, so now the ball is on the court of Indonesia. They have decided to take the Kadita. Definitely not what I expected at this point in time. That means Philippines have got quite a lot of choices that they can go for when it comes down to the majors. You mentioned about Loy, and I always thought that Loy is also and always a very strong pick, especially going up against the Harris. It is that kind of invisible damage that you gotta have to really respect, especially if there's a big front line such as Hylos that is constantly over there. This way, you will always be able to tackle Yin and the Yang constantly and bring everyone together. That is probably what is one thing that would get the Harris to be really afraid of continuously chrono dashing within of his own Drama Force just because of the rotation.
But they go for the Pyramid instead. Also fairly popular around here when most of the other more common options are no longer viable. That can definitely deal with the Khadija quite well, actually. As long as the Pyramid tracks in his position, then the Nether Realm will always be able to deny a free kill on the rough wave, regardless of situation. I'm not too sure how I feel about the carry pickup because he really isn't that effective anymore, but it can still definitely work. Like her dueling ability, once she has the Trinity, is actually kind of hard to deal with.
So carrying to really deal with the Hylos, so they would have an answer to the front line, especially since they picked up a Faramir who's not necessarily super good at being bursty to one person and would have a lot of problems to actually take down the Hylos. While Indonesia, they finished it up by picking an Arlet. So that's an initiative tool from the side of Indonesia. We've got a pretty tanky front line from the side of Thailand. Wow, honestly, it's kind of tough for me to really put a finger on this. Like, how is this gonna look like, and how is this gonna work out? Main priority on it, guys. What do you think?
I do still kind of like the Filipino lineup just a little bit more because it permits more active action against something like a Hayabusa. So if it's successful for them, they can immediately start messing with things. Because to be honest, Hylos Kadita doesn't offer the best mid-roam lane priority overall, so they can actually start by invading if they choose to. But Indonesia can be pretty good at snowballing, and with the Arlet Hylos combo, they actually have a surprising amount of team fight control that could set up for really big rough wave plays.
Honestly, all I'm looking out for truly is the early game as to how are they gonna be snowballing a tempo towards their lead, right? With Philippines that have very strong control in the EXP lane and will be able to unlock pretty early. You've got El Puerto that's playing as a studio along with Vero that's just working along onto that draw ahead. I think it's relatively fair to say that Indonesia's mid lane might be a little bit afraid for whenever the studio and as well as the Khalid decides to head to the middle lane. I find that Cine might be in a lot of threat by the hands of Philippines eventually.
Yeah, I agree with you. We've already seen how difficult Kadita can be to play if your opponent has the right tools. So far, we can see Philippines actually going to be trying to be aggro on Duval. That's exactly what they should be doing.
And now it's just going to be a complete lockdown on the side of Diagon. Immediately taking Diagon out is definitely not definitely not the situation that we were expecting. Since Indonesia now took one kill away from Philippines, even though Philippines is the one that's technically speaking supposed to be the aggressive one.
And oh, hold on.
Rivero, next one on the count, flickers herself away, and she's gonna be fine for now. But unfortunately, that is a very big battle there.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources used by the Philippines, and they don't really get anything. Not to mention, Diagon is an EXP laner and became the first blood, so that might mess with her EXP a little bit. No, actually, the lane was already frozen, so Diagon, luckily, not going to be affected too much from this. But I do think that she probably made the call to go and harass Dival without waiting for a response from the team.
Now, there's a quick little nether round for the side of the Mortis. While the rest of the side of Indonesia decided to not continue with a fight against the Mortis, since it is pretty much annoying to do with the realm. Now, with all of the rotations coming in, through and through, Indonesia seems to be able to clear out their waves pretty fast in the EXP lane, and just we've got the Al that's already heading heading away down to the bottom side or rather the middle side. So it's all about getting control over to the river line once again. Whoever is able to get the information, as long as whoever is opening up the map, is always going to be fine and dandy. As now, Rivero, it's her herself on the fifth season, not going to be able to find anything yet.
A little bit worried for the Philippines here. With the draft that they have, they really should have gotten 1 or 2 kills under their belt by now, but Indonesia has been doing actually a very good job of just freezing them in place in these first couple of minutes and not really allowing for overextension into the jungle.
Oh, almost there, but the nether realm. Jeez, the Mortis alive, at least for now. It's a lot of intense as well as very aggressive plays from the side of Indonesia, but unfortunately, haven't really quite found any dividends just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet here, so this is very similar to what we were seeing in game number 1 as well. These teams are surprisingly evenly matched. And even when it seems like one side should have greater advantage in the first couple of minutes of the game, you can see that they're both very good at knowing their limits and just how far they can extend on the map. So you can see that display, you can see that experience where they are not going to be caught out too easily, and we're not going to see many mistakes right at the beginning of the game, because that is when their minds are going to be the freshest overall. So an endurance of battle is what ends up wearing down the wits of these two competitors.
So those gonna be brought out by the head of Vertical, and now have gone even trying to push Vivian away, but I don't think that this fight is going to go too well for Southern Indonesia for now, as the net runs is going to be popped immediately, ensuring that Alberto as well as the Morris is going to be fine for now. But all the way at the backside, Vivero was hoping that he will be able to do something against the side of Vival as well as City, but that didn't work out so well. Indonesia, 6 until from that team fight.
I'm actually very impressed by Vival's timing in that one. Vivero specifically committed unstoppable force onto her in the way back line to try and make sure that she was stunned when the turtle dropped the retry timing. But the instant quad shadow in and retry, and then the reversal, the pick off Rivero for it, Indonesia looking pretty comfortable right now. And if they're able to continue getting kills onto Vival specifically, this Hayabusa can become a threat very quickly.
The quick Lawrence pathway, which unfortunately did not quite connect very well. It is all about a game of expression. Since both teams, they haven't really managed to find too much of the lead in the early stages. No, Vivero, no! Wait, never mind. Well, she's tanky enough. And now she's tanking up every single one of the... Oh, you silent kill! But Vivo still finds those shurikens right in the face of Vivero.
This is a very unusual situation. A Jawhead should normally be able to handle a Hayabusa pretty well, but Rivero and Team Philippines, having been put quite behind at this stage, isn't actually tanky enough to deal with the damage that Vival has. Now that it's 2 kills on the Hayabusa, it's lucky for PH that Vival doesn't have the Sky Piercer yet. Otherwise, this early game would already just be over.
No, I think that they want to do a little bit of comeback getting against the side of the team for the Reggie Chance from the 9-2. It's not going to do too much, so Basini went over to the back line and really wanted to do quite a number on the opponent, but wasn't able to do quite much. Vivero, the one that goes down from the side of Indonesia. Indonesia have constantly been able to get kills, but Philippines, on the other hand, haven't really managed to find anything yet.
Yeah, the team fights in the Philippines are actually incredibly messy. We are now starting to see a little bit of the team Indonesia that has gotten this far into the grand finals to the upper bracket. They are so good at these scrappier team fights and at identifying weak points in the enemy formation. City being able to find a Morris in the middle of all that chaos before the Netherrealm could be popped instantly won the game for Indonesia. So Philippines needs to take a more structured approach to this. They gotta make sure that they have information on all of their opponents before they full commit.
Oh, Morris. Oh, gets taken down by Fumi Echo with the final slash. Alberto joins into the fray. Was hoping they will be able to do a decent amount onto the opponents, but with that all said and done, it's not gonna be looking all that well at all. It's gonna be tough for them to even do anything from this point, as Philippines lost this tier 1 turret.
Things are going exactly how Indonesia wants them, and I feel like every single time we say that we like a particular draft a bit more, that draft ends up not doing very well. It's a very weird situation because Indonesia should not really be that strong early on compared to something like a Jawhead and Khalid, but they are outplaying Philippines in every turn.
Now, Indonesia, they don't have the summon force available for the next upcoming fight, but you can definitely tell that Philippines, they are finding themselves in a difficult spot. And take a look at this. City climbed the rough waves as the Mortis took time to get out of that Netherrealm silent state. That is why it's so difficult to play against a Khadija, and in this case, City is just piloting that Khadija to a T.
Based on the few Khaditas that I've seen throughout this tournament, I personally feel like Cine is actually just the best performer on this hero overall. So, if Philippines are going to continue down the line banning Khadija, I would agree with it somewhat. The ability to identify opportunities is strong in this player. And the fact that she was able to get that previous kill even without relying on Petrify means that she has the ability to go for another combo.
As Rivero goes into the unstoppable force, connects down to the deep and flickers himself away, gets caught into the Netherrealm. This is going to be fine and dandy for now. So Indonesia, the last flash, final flash is going to be landing, but the rough wave, really quite a bit of amount of damage, but no one's going to be doing that. Just going to be Vero, survives with a slipper. Oh, never mind. Still, It was a single vision. Still quite a good amount. And Vivian as well. Look at all of these people that is getting away with just a heritage name.
Man, I feel like game one and game two of this grand finals can be put in a textbook for what it means between a team playing comfort and not. Indonesia is performing like a completely different lineup in game number two compared to what we saw in game one when they had to play more for scaling around the hero like Link. Here, they're going for snowballs, they're going for scrappy fights, they are counter engaging onto the Philippines and perfectly identifying cracks in the armor that they can break right open. The game so far has been so one-sided. 9 kills to 0.
One thing that I also have realized is the fact that it is a brave smite that has been picked by Fedez. So this is a little bit of like kind of like an old time carry back then where we started to see a little bit of that tanky carry being picked up. I think that this is more about just the laning phase, and that's why the brave smite has been bought. But all the itemizations and all that kind of stuff is still gonna be your significant and your typical Holy Trinity. So working its way as long as Vivero is able to find those nice catches right onto Perez, I think that there could still be a chance for Philippines to be able to play a little bit more of that pick-off proposition against Indonesia. Since Indonesia really wants to play together at 5, we need to look out for Philippines being able to find these small little pockets of victory.
Yeah, but Cell also just got Holy Crystal a moment ago, and now they are pushing straight in.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be looking great for Vivero. They are not able to pick off anyone at all. Perez immediately dashes away while Dialgon goes in with a quick stun gun, hoping that she will be able to stay alive, but unfortunately Jones is doing a little bit too much damage. And I don't think that a Soul 7 for the Sun Output so will be able to do enough to get the kills on Indonesia, but at least clearing out the way as well as killing the Lord is more than enough as Indonesia knocks on to the inhibitor in the middle lane.
They didn't even end up losing anyone in that previous exchange, even though they're inside the Filipino base. This game has been so one-sided that the crystal is going to be taken down like it doesn't even exist. Game 2, the total opposite of the opening of the grand finals, as Indonesia evens it up 1-1.
Indonesia with their brawl game, they are good with their micro game. Very synonymous to Malaysia. Well, Singapore is very synonymous to Philippines. Singapore, Philippines, macro game. Micro game, Indonesia, Malaysia. Boom, boom, pow, bing, bada, boom. Great, great game coming in from both of these two teams. I gotta have to say that Indonesia, they were very decisive with their fight. While Philippines, what they wanted to do was just simply just drag on the game for a little while longer. They had the picks off that worked out for them. The carry should be able to deal crazy amount of damage to high HP and high value targets. While in the meantime, for Suyo, the Soul Stepper, he should be able to bring down and be the executioner of the team. But unfortunately, I think that just doesn't match up because when they pick up the pyramid, that is already one big chunk of damage output that they are losing. And whenever they pop up in another realm, what they have been doing thus far was to disengage. That's the whole main point of what the Philippines want to do. They want to keep on disengage and disengage and disengage until they reach the power spike and then they fight back.
Except I feel like that is a bit of a mistake as well. There's a lack of cohesion in the way that the draft was completed and the way that players approached it, right? In that you have a Dahid, you have someone that can set up fights so quickly, so easily, and you're not properly playing around it. The Fairness doesn't have enough burst. Al Puerto needs to be participating, but I didn't see the Suyo on the map like for the entire game, and because of that, we see Vival getting the MVP for game number 2. Hayabusa being stolen away was a stroke of genius, really smart adjustment to make sure that Indonesia could go for the timing that they're more comfortable with and punish Philippines for trying to play slower on a draft that's the most early game aggression.
So from the banning phase, and I think the Philippines is just like, oh crap, shall we even give that away? But that also means that the CEO is currently available. I don't think that Indonesia will pull off of Philippines, right? I don't think that they will want to play GPU in the DXP, given that there are still a lot of DXP options, like Hylos, Lead, all of that is still up for grabs.
Yeah, they go for the high lows, which I think is fine. Might be a little bit harder to play the high lows when there's a toe around, since if you overextend, you're just immediately going to get kicked, but still a pretty safe and open option. And they're going for Clint as well. I think at this stage, we know that Indonesia as a team likes their early to mid game trio, so that means you need to have winning lanes, or at the very least, even lanes. It's hard to have a winning lane against Bruno, so Clint is about as close as you can get, at least going even in that regard. But I kind of feel like they could have optionally went for Kadita as well here, because I feel like it actually works good against the heroes that the Philippines have picked.
So we do have at least a goal, both of the goal lanes that could pretty much excel in the early to the mid phase of the game with very early power spike. Both varying with playing around with the quick damages and all. So I will always have got a little bit of bias towards Bruno. I will always say that Bruno is of course a more consistent damage dealer as compared to Clint, which is more of a bursty marksman, you know. But regardless, we've got Indonesia that finished the lineup with a higher booster, high low as well as Blink, while Philippines looking at the show, Bruno as well as the Ghana. Still very likely Philippines may actually be able to drop towards the early game.
Yeah, Philippines right now has a very open draft with the three heroes that they selected here. I do like that they're banning out the Kadita. They are actually kind of vulnerable to it right now. So since Shinny kind of goes hard with the hero, better not to have to risk it at all. That does actually limit the mid lane hero pool a good amount as well. I don't actually think Aurora is that good in this situation. So I would feel like something like the Lo Yi would be great as well. Um, the Studio gets banned from the Indonesian side. I think that's very respectable too.
I think that looking for him, excuse me, I think that looking
You
for
good,
him,
sir?
yeah, for some reason my tongue is ticklish. But yeah, I'm thinking of heroes that is able to just kind of deny Cho from being able to just casually and just have free reign from walking all around. You know, we have talked about the Godhead. The moment that the opponent's Cho got a little bit too close, you can always meet them towards turret, so on and so forth, punish them for coming to growth. And that's the kill rate that I always talk about. So I think Jawhead Rome is still a very viable thing for the side of Indonesia so that they could at the very least have an answer to the show.
Doghead Rome. Yeah, I'm okay with that actually. Doghead Rome would not be too bad at all. In the past as well, people would oftentimes pick up the Ruby because they both have a lot of CC, but it's a bit harder to play Ruby in the current meta right now because of what it really necessitates from you. So I'm not too sure if that's what they'll go for. They can actually still optionally go for the high-low pot combo as well. It would lead them very heavily into the front to back sort of lineup, so they need to play carefully around the toe, but it gives you a lot of AoE to play around with. Uh, Khalid actually hasn't been banned out either, so there's still plenty of good options.
Wow, like even for Philippines, I had the feeling that they would want to pick up the key for themselves. I mean, it is a Khalid going up into a potential pilot in the EXP. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't pick that up. It's a very good follow up from the Great Dragon, but in the meantime, it's also very good way to start off the battle and perhaps even to reach the Clint in most of these things. Like you have the range, you have the damage, but Philippines has decided to pick up a Joy in R4.
Joy, okay. Indonesia needs to draft very carefully now. This is a hero that completely runs over the game if you don't counter her properly. You have to look into straight up single target lockdown. So since Toe is gone, the best thing next would be Kaja, in my opinion. Good against Joy, actually not too bad against Toe as well. for Indonesia to play around more of a bird composition. They would ideally want a high damage mage if they're going in that way as well. But with Khadija and Vexana gone, I'm still not a big fan of the Faramis, but I think it's alright. They go Khalid.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of this. Honestly, when you mentioned about a card, the card can definitely work out pretty well as well. To me, when it comes down to the role, it's really either the Kaja or the Jawhead. At least when it comes to the Jawhead, when you activate your move styles, not only do you threaten the roamer from getting close to you, you can also threaten the Joy whenever they're just dashing around you. You have good amount of single target damage if all of them just go straight over to the Joy. With the Unstoppable Force plus the Force Ejector, I don't think that the Joy will be able to see the light of day. So just just from this 4 picks from Philippines and a 5 pick for Indonesia, I would say the Philippines have a way better draft already.
And then they go for the Phobius as the last option as well. Yeah, I agree with you. I do like Philippines draft quite a bit here. The Fairness can work, definitely. It's a more defensive rather than offensive answer to the Joy. Because if the NetherRealm timing is taught correctly, then you basically negate the majority of Joy's electrifying beats. But if you don't do it right, then you just have no way of dealing with her because you just have no reliable CC actually on the Indonesian side to play with outside of Law and Order. So they put themselves in a tough situation where they have answers, but it takes a lot of executional difficulty to do it.
Oh wow! The other thing that we gotta have to look out for, El Puerto is working onto the temporal raid. So this is the kind of joy whereby you will see a dash out dash kind of combination. I'm excited to see how this is gonna work out. I'm super stoked to see Philippines being able to take the early game because Indonesia they may have been able to take game number 2 by a storm. I would want to see the Philippines take this game by the storm.
Yeah, the one thing we have to note is that while in the past Joy was more of an early game hero, I think he's more of a late game hero now. So Indonesia, if they can stop Al Puerto from being able to farm safely, will have the advantage. But they don't really have lane priority, so it's a bit hard for them to do that too.
Oh, so middle lane, at least the clear times are almost very similar. Actually lane, the Phobie should be able to have a decent amount of time. But in the meantime, for the bottom lane, the gold lane, I think that it is more about a skill matchup. The only problem when it comes down to this is all about mobility, is that Philippines need to expand skills in order to catch up to Indonesia, while Indonesia is naturally fast, especially or only because of the Khalid.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Indians are already trying to be as annoying as they can be. Vivaldi actually managed to steal a jungle camp away from the Filipino side of the map there. So that should help the Hayabusa get just slight EXP advance over all Puerto. But I highly doubt either of these teams are going to force anything until that very first turtle spawns because they just don't really have the step up for a quick burst kill.
Such region finds herself right in the face of Philippines. We do have a little bit of electrifying beast to ensure that El Puerto gets the purple buff. But yes, indeed, they'll be able to. But this is where get the purple buff. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Okay. Wait, am I just a little bit dumb? This is the first turtle, right? Why is El Puerto still at level 4? Just got the purple and the orange buff just spawned.
That's the second batch of buffs there. So Al Puerto is level 5 after getting the second batch of buffs. Was a little bit lower on EXP because he ended up losing out on that one jungle buff, but
Right. Okay. Because I was like kind of thinking, wait, both of them were actually spawning at almost the same time. If you go for the second batch of purple plus one batch of orange, that should net you a level 5 already. And then if you see at level 4, it's just like, 2 batches? So that means that there was, and of course it comes down to timing as well, right? that threw me off guard so much.
Okay, so we weren't able to catch that turtle fight, unfortunately, but it looks like Philippines were able to get first blood with Vivero finding the kill onto Vivian. So, Philippines starting off pretty good.
Should be okay for now. Especially since with this competition, the Philippines, they want to play fast, they want to play annoying, they want to win the early stages of the game. But when it comes down to rotation, it's not quite much, right? Philippines, maybe they are just they mostly would want to play score objective, but they gotta have to be really careful when it comes down to space. A little bit of a ganking might be possible from the side of the Vivero, especially right about now. Didn't really quite see any tactics.
Yeah. So, let me think about how this is gonna go. Indonesia, despite being the more scrappy and aggressive team, actually prefers playing for the mid-game timing. You actually won't see them going for like super hard invades in the first like 4 minutes, unless like they're already in full control. Oh, hold on.
There we go. And Dragon connecting down on a Vivian with an Infernal Pursuit, as well as the Eternal God that manages to finish up Vivian. This is very much in line to what Philippines would want to do, and very much in line to what their team can do in the early stages.
And this is why I thought the Kaja would have been a better pick. Like, yeah, obviously you're still gonna be vulnerable to tow, but you're not gonna be trying to run up too far on the river to create vision. Kaja just plays a different weight in that. And now, Vivian in kind of a tough spot. Ooh, just this early means the Khalid has become kind of squishy.
Not sure whether we're going to be able to do too much in this upcoming fight as well. Let's not forget about the fact that it comes down to the jungle. Ball is only at level 7, while our Puerto at level 8. So there is definitely that retribution disparity, but we have a little bit of a difference in terms of priority, with going all the way down to the bottom lane. Okay, hold a second. Here we go. Now Puerto still managing to find the tunnel, despite it being kind of like a split up of kind of a team fight. Now Vegan finds herself in a tough spot while just straight out tanking the entire electrifying beat.
Okay, that was well played by Indonesia. I was wondering why they were trying to force the Peril contest so hard when Rival was not around, but they were trying to delay it for the Hayabusa to arrive. And since Upwortho already got it, they immediately started shifting and splitting them apart so that they could grab a kill at least, and they did on Diagon. So it's a slow burn from Indonesia, but if they're able to keep up this trend, then you can definitely see the same mid game that we expected from them before. But for the Philippines, you have to note Perez and Alpuerto have been undisrupted in their farming. So I would imagine they have a good amount of goal lead right now compared to their counterparts.
So with that lead, I think Philippines would want to slowly but surely, kind of make their way over to 8 minutes of the game and hopefully be able to get themselves a maximum mileage at that point, right? 1,000 gold per minute kind of advantage. But objective is still definitely something that you gotta have to look out for. Philippines did manage to successfully take down the P1 in the bottom lane. The next one they gotta have to pick up on the top lane, while in the meantime, up the top lane, Alberto seems like there's a good amount of distance to actually get her away from all of this team fight, or Indonesia seize that opportunity and take the P1 up top.
It's actually quite an interesting parallel because we literally saw both teams' junglers escape from a multi-person gank in opposite halves of the map. But now in the mid lane,
immediately Alberto, because of the control range, will be able to get himself away from all of that. But here we go, Vivero, because we have a quick little knockup over to the rest of the members on the side of Indonesia, but it doesn't seem like they managed to get any kill. But kill flickers up forward, gets the kill down on the Perez. Indonesia defying the odds of what is supposed to work out in the early game by seizing a total of 2 kills, I think, throughout the entire, 3 kills throughout the entire battle.
that team fight was 100% Cine. Just 100%. The NetherRealm timing was to the millisecond perfect to catch Philippines off guard, where they thought, oh, Indonesia's low, we can full commit. The NetherRealm comes out, and then suddenly, we cannot go anymore, all our cooldowns are gone. I am so impressed with the micro timing from Cine so far, and now this is going to give Indonesia a bit more space to actually rotate around on the map.
The quick little format that has been brought to the scene, you can pretty much expect a lot more of these skills that is going to be thrown out from the side of Barrel. Well, Till heads herself down to the bottom lane. Gets the key one just so effectively, while Philippines look for trade elsewhere. We'll be able to bring down the P2 that effectively as well.
Oh my God, we're seeing a lot of tower trades right now. Yeah, like a lot of the outside turrets have already just been taken out by opposite map plays. However, Philippines is still holding on to their top tier 2 because Indonesia wasn't able to get. Oh, hold on.
Oh, John's power from Fumi Echo just going to be running right into the face of Morris as well as Ferris and such. That is going to be allowing Vival to immediately get a kill down with the Morris. But that might not be all because Vivero comes in with a vengeance, brings her down, and now the rest of the fight is just going to be left with El Puerto still having the electrifying beat, brings dinner down. And Philippines, they lost to Indonesia. Likewise, lost to.
We are really seeing the potential of both these teams right now. There is a reason they have both made it into the grand final. In the previous fight, Indonesia was able to come out on top by taking advantage of a massive nether realm onto the entire squad. But this time, because they ended up splitting themselves too far apart, the Philippines were able to deal with them independently. I think especially Bival needs to be more respectful of Vivero. She is not thinking about the way of the dragon when she goes in for Perez. And because of that, we can see that Indonesia having some difficulty in terms of their positioning because that nether round cannot come out before Joy's ultimate. Joy is always going to be waiting for nether round to run out before the electrifying beast is popped. If you use it before her, you lose the fight. Straight up.
It's all about timing, and I suppose that it's kind of like who has to draw the gun. In this case, it is all about timing, and we gotta have to see who gets forced to come to that point in time. Now, in 10 minutes and 25 seconds into the game, the Lord is currently available. It does definitely seem as though Indonesia wants to get themselves a little bit of priority on top of that. For Philippines, they have eyes on Indonesia, but not necessarily interested in the prepared just yet. Also, Vivero all the way at the back, looking for a little bit of an off angle onto someone, but unfortunately, I don't think the Philippines have got enough information as to where the rest of Indonesia are.
So the win conditions for a team fight is Vivero gets way of the dragon onto Vival, and El Puerto is able to electrifying beast after the nether realm. Indonesia by now should also recognize these, so these are also the conditions they have to avoid in order to come out on top in a battle. I feel like you can potentially take it a little bit slower for now and continue farming up. If Vival is able to continue getting some kills under her belt, then Philippines actually don't have a lot of tools for managing that. If possible, I want Indonesia to actually play a slightly more reactive position here and try to force Vivero to be the one to start the fight with the way of the dragon.
Now it's constantly just going up for rotations, and the Lord is going in and out of the Lord pit. It's just gonna be dancing with the I don't know, he's just dancing with the players at this point in time. Well, Philippines is looking for the exact time to eventually launch an attack, especially for Vivero, right? Vivero wants to be the one to displace this one and eventually find a good kill, but not going to be easy because Philippines, they need to find a way to eventually be able to catch up, and of course follow up is that is going to be the way of Dragon connecting down to the Echo, but was not a follow up hit afterwards. So this Philippines have lost one of the most important tools within of their arsenal when it comes down to bring down to Indonesia.
That's one of the conditions I literally talked about, right? Force Vivero to start the fight. Uh-oh, but they use nether realm before electrifying beast. This could be trouble.
Oh, two men raising sandstorm. Unfortunately, Vivian could not survive long enough. Where's the damage from the side of Indonesia? Perez brings down Vivo, and the next one on the dropping block, they want chance. So they want Joe so bad. And now Philippines, they take the Lord. They take the P1 in the middle lane. This may very well be a snowball from the Philippines team. And this is gonna be tough for Indonesia to play around with.
Yeah, that's the decisive fight that Philippines have been looking for to finally break open the game and start taking tempo. And it's literally what I said as well. Indonesia, do not use the nether realm before the electrifying beat. Sydney's timing was so good with it in that fight in the mid-river. But this time they just popped it straight away. I really don't understand what the thought process was there. If they had managed to stun off Huerto, alright, sure. But they didn't even know where he was. That is just straight up a mistake. There was no reason to take the fight there. Vival wasn't even ready.
We're gonna have to remember that that is not necessarily a answer from the side of Indonesia against El Puerto. So the moment that El Puerto finds that opportunity where City has already popped the nether realm, that's perfect. Oh, City! What a pull! When it comes down to the stampede, immediately put Diaz on in such a bad spot and such a great third down. Rivero's gonna be the next on the chopping block. Takes it down pretty easily. While all of that was happening, the Lord was marching down onto the inhibitor turret in the top lane. Was that worth it?
Oh, Philippines definitely was caught off guard with that one. Gotta give props to Sydney again. Definitely making up for her previous mistake with the overly early nether realm. If they didn't do that, I feel like Philippines could have actually just looked in and ended on the spot. So in the next few seconds, while Vivero is still coming up, Indonesia wants to find something, but most of the wave clear heroes on the PH side are still alive, so they're not going to be able to get too much from this outside of a bit of beating beat.
So back over to the macro game, especially since the Lord is going to be spawning at the bottom lane, or rather the bottom side of the top lane. They have a naturally pushing lane. The moment the Philippines sees that Vivian is clearing up the way, or perhaps even Vivo clearing up the lane, that is when Philippines can strike, because this time their composition is different. Their composition allows them to single one person out. That is the pickoff, and even follow up with even crazier amount of damage from the side of Perez.
That's why the Cho can be such an effective hero, and it feels kind of sad that it doesn't seem to be in the hero pool for many of the reasons here in this competition, but it definitely is for Indonesia and Philippines. So now that Indonesia has gotten the taste of what it's capable of in the opponent's hands, I'm sure they're not going to let it go so easily in the next couple of games. But first, they're going to need to resolve this one. I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to challenge a direct team fight anymore, but they also cannot afford to give up the Lord to go for split push, because they don't have structures left.
Oh, Vivero almost taken down by the hands of Indonesia, but for now it is going to be Alberto that did manage to get the kill down on the low. While the rest of members for the Indonesia is just going to be marching right in. Unfortunately, that is also going to be the nether realm that has already been dropped. Hotel takes a mega kill for Vival. Goes in with the own shadow kill. Swiftly dispatched Perez. And such 1-for-1 trade with the Lord marching in from the middle lane.
Definitely not a bad trade, mid laner for goal laner. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late on the Indonesia side. I like the decisiveness from Philippines. They saw Vival in the top lane, immediately committed to the Lord because they knew that Indonesia wasn't ready to fight them for it. However, since Cell is still alive, they should be able to deal with this Lord somewhat easily, and they'll be able to fight another day.
Oh, and here we go. Even though the Lord has been taken down, they do not have Perez that can eventually be able to successfully seize the turret. So unfortunately, despite having that, they can't exactly push down the wave fast enough. Oh no, Indonesia, please. Oh, okay. Ooh, they managed to come in the body block for the ballista fast enough. Otherwise, that could have been a dead inhibitor turret in the bottom lane.
Yep. Indonesia doing a good job of holding the game for now, but with only one inhibitor standing, it's going to be hard to continue holding on to the defense. They managed to prolong the game a pretty long time in game number 1, but in this case, Philippines have ways of just breaking the fight wide open with Cho. Enjoy!
Oh! Viva! But unfortunately, the next one on the jumping block is going to be fully Echo. Wait, Cho! Taken down by Alberto as well! Well, Alberto went in for City! That's the next one that has been taken down. Philippines! They don't need no Lord to help them end this game. As Rivero with the Segundo. That's another one. Philippines! It's another game. That is a back to not back to back, but this is just a free fall rock and rock. Philippines take game one, and then they reclaim game three. It's like they're constantly just learning. Boy, oh boy, Philippines, they are so decisive with this win. I absolutely respect that.
Yeah, the Filipino team is definitely looking a bit more disciplined overall, and I think that their approach to the draft is a little bit smarter as well. They started figuring out what are the win conditions that Indonesia likes to play around, as well as the hero pool that they
The drafting phase, we are looking at a Suyo, we are looking at Suyo, Joe, Harris, Chip, and Jusin that has been banned out and taken away. They just looking for that one final hero to go for the ban. And so far, I think based on trend as well as based on what we've seen before, Indonesia like to ban out Angela as well as the Matilda. But they're starting to go for things a little bit differently because they are now starting on the second bench, so being on the red side. They are working on denying some of the key heroes that they don't want to about.
Yeah, we see the toe banned out by Philippines alongside the Suyo, but Indonesia are getting rid of the Hayabusa themselves, and this is a hero that they had previously locked in as a first pick. So there's a lot of respect there in that they don't want Philippines to be able to do the same, but by doing so, they have opened up the floor for the Hilda. And we know that Philippines does like playing this hero a good amount. If they're able to get into your back line, can really mess things up for you. And yeah, it could stifle the early game momentum that Indonesia wants to play for.
Oh, Indonesia's taking a little bit of time to consider what is going to be the first two pick for them, and in this case, Alpha and the Matilda. Now that Matilda finally has been leaked out from the banning pool, immediately picked together with an Alpha. What a combination from these two.
Yep, Alpha Matilda is a very strong combo. It is one of the premier jungle roam combos, especially in the early game. So, if Indonesia was worried about this Hilda potentially invading and causing problems on their half of the map, then Alpha Matilda is already a really good way of handling that. I think what Philippines needs to do right now is to grab heroes that can either go for the big AoE lockdown so that Matilda can only choose like one target to save, or something that's able to at the very least match that mobility and pressure, right? They go for there we go. There is the other roam jungle combo. Is the Alpha Matilda versus Angeline.
Oh my god. What is this game? If anyone were to ever come up to you and they ask you which combo, which jungle roam combo is the strongest, tell them to watch this one. Tell them to watch this match because this is very likely gonna be the answer to which one is the scary combination. At least when it comes down to Indonesia, picking up the Alpha Matilda, it is pretty much all about pacing. You are able to enable a very strong pacing in your game from the get-go. And of course, when it comes down to true skill combinations, Alpha is a very comical here. And being able to pull away just from a single button and into the Matilda, it is a scary thing to see. And there are many variations that you can expect to see how the guiding wind plus your Alpha is going to be worked around. But regardless, it is definitely the combo to see. For Philippines, it is mostly all about survivability. You also do have very strong map presence because of the fact that this Angela could be defending lane, could be pushing lane. Only at the final moment, hot guard right over to the lane.
Yeah, Angela provides a lot of global presence, but Matilda provides a lot of overall utility. So that is the exchange that you'll typically see between these two support roamers. In the second phase now, we do see Indonesia getting rid of the Edith. That's a very hard lockdown hero, so even guiding wind sometimes can't save you, which makes sense. And combos really well with the Angela too, so they don't want to give Philippines more ways of setting up team fights. In the same way, the Philippines don't want to give Indonesia heroes that can start operating off of that level 4 power spike alongside the Matilda setup, like the Khadija. So you could see that there is a much greater understanding between these teams now that they've been able to play 3 games against each other.
Yeah, so the coach is really getting their brains in the game. Is the Khadija either taken out? You see the two more bands that really needs to be seen from the side of Philippines. I mean, once the Khadija is kind of out of the picture, I think that Indonesia, they gotta have to, go back to the basics and take a look at what other majors that they have gotten for themselves. With the most common majors that we have mostly been seen is the Aurora and the Vexana, with the Vexana now taken out. Aurora would be the case that we normally see from Southern Indonesia, but I still am a huge fan of Lloyd. Lloyd is still always a very good hero, especially since you are able to deny areas. And since we have got the Matilda, sorry, not Matilda, the Hilda is running around very fast. Imagine being able to just get a diversion faster than Matilda.
I agree with you. I feel like Loyu would offer Indonesia a way of matching the mobility that Philippines can play around it. Even the later game macro that Ling might throw at them. But ooh, that's interesting right there. Going for the
Like the
Lunox
goal.
instead. And yeah, this is actually a surprisingly flexible pick, right? It can be mid lane, it can be gold lane. So they're trying to keep things open, but I'm a little bit worried still because I don't feel like Lunox is the best mid laner overall. Still kind of a better gold laner to me. So Philippines might draft around that idea.
We're gonna see how that's gonna work out. So now this blind pick from Indonesia surprisingly might work very well for them. While for the side of Philippines, now they gotta have to play around with it. Right? They can't exactly drop the gold laners to kind of pair up against this Lunox. Harris is currently unavailable, and I mean, you should have won to pick up the Harris anyway. But regardless, there's going to be a Melissa as well as a CC. The CC is going to be a very good answer to that high look in the EXP lane. These lane fast, deals in front lane pretty easily, and in the meantime, you can pretty much expect that Melissa has always been a bully in the gold lane.
This is gonna be a tricky one. You can still optionally flex the Lunox into mid lane. I'm kind of surprised that Bruno has made it this far. Still a very powerful early game marksman, especially if you combine with the Matilda too. But then you fall into that issue where I personally don't like the Lunox much mid. So, uh, you are dealing with a Angela mid, it looks like. That's a Hilda robe, so it would still actually work, right? Doesn't have the best mid lane priority, but against Angela, you're basically even.
No
So
problem.
yeah, Indonesia will go for another gold laner instead, and this time it is the Iritel. So that does answer some of the mobility issues.
Yeah, so that is actually fine, right? Looking at the ESL, you actually do have pretty good fight against the Melissa. Both of you will constantly be trading one another, and not to forget, the Reign of Arrows coming in from the ESL is should pretty much be able to flip right onto the Melissa. But Melissa is always trying to get the money, all the needy and greedy stuff. But regardless of all of that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go into game number 4 between the Philippines versus Indonesia. As now, if you have Philippines starting on to the blue side and Indonesia starting at the red side, both junglers starting at the top half of the map and will end off in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think gold lane priority is going to be pretty good in this game. Philippines does not need to gank EXP lane at all. Viaga should get lane priority against Fumi Echo every day of the week. So they can focus on unlocking mid and gold lane. They're going to be looking very good in terms of scaling. But Indonesia has high mobility with the Matilda, so we'll see what happens.
And now, right off the bat, look at to see that and Angela having priority and really threatening cheating as the Lunox. It's kind of funny.
I mean, that's why I said, right? Linux really isn't that good in the mid lane. You clear waves all right, but you can't really poke and can't really stand too safely in front either. That's why, as a goal laner, she feels a lot more effective.
honestly, I would really think that the Starlight Pulse will be able to give a decent amount of heal over to the Viva. But we'll see how that's gonna go. And Viva is gonna be running right in with the skill of Alpha. Dealt quite a number over to the side of Vivero, but not exactly enough to get killed down the field just yet.
Yeah, this pre-level 4 timing is going to be very important for both teams because this is where Indonesia wants to make things happen. And we can see Vival roaming around, providing pressure into the EXP lane to make sure that Ruby Echo will be able to assist with this first turtle.
And now Morris does have quite a annoyingness in the middle lane, but Vegan is constantly just roaming around and just constantly ensuring that Simi is gonna have a decent time in lane because we know of Angela being the first blood queen when it comes down to the public swing. But unfortunately, right off the camp, we've got a first blood in favor of Simi.
Infinity able to pick up the Angela. That means no hard guard here first. Turtle now being contested. Vivero with the Revitalize in the back line on top of Albuerto as Vival jumps in, steals away the Turtle with the wrecking timing, and now Albuerto has no more way out. Indonesia taking a decisive victory for the first objective.
Look, at this point in time, both of these two teams, Philippines as well as Indonesia, they're just trading with each other on which game they want to win in the early game, man. Indonesia now having 1,000 goal lead on top of Philippines, and it has technically been a little bit of a trend, whereby you win early game equals you win the game. But we're only 3 minutes in. I don't want to jump into, jumping the gun just yet, but Indonesia in that previous fight was pretty clean.
Yes, but Philippines is a team that's actually surprisingly effective more towards the mid to late stages. And this time they have a Ling and a Melissa and a CC. So their scaling is pretty good. Indonesia trying to go in on Vivero, but Hilda is fast enough that she will avoid the spear of Alpha.
Actually, now that you mention it, I thought that it's very good to note down that with the three heroes that have pretty good power spikes, the entirety of Philippines, they are pretty well balanced, right? You got a mid game coming in from El Puerto and Perez as well. Mid lane you've got Diagon, and then in the early game you've got Morris as well as Hero. So in all around, you've got damage.
Vivero not going to be able to heal enough with the Revitalize Alpha. He has so much burst with that true damage. And Indonesia already with 3 kills to 0 in the first 4 minutes.
Oh man, this is reminiscent to Gaiden of the Few. But the fact that we have Vivero and Morris, these heroes shouldn't be the case.
Hard guard with CC is also a very powerful combination. That's why you typically see teams that draft Angela go for more than one hero that she can jump on. In this case, it is Ling and CC. Turtle going to be contested once again. It is a 4v3 by Indonesia. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Alpuerto trying to dive on top of Cell, but not able to get that kill. And Indonesia even takes the Turtle away. Now, they're going to be able to steal the purple buff, and Alpuerto just cannot do anything about it.
Philippines is losing control of the lanes and lose control of the jungle. You can see just how much threat Sweeney has got after Sweeney's reaching a level 4. Sure, Abortus him bullish the heck out of Lunox in the early stages. That is why Vision has put so much emphasis in the middle lane. But the moment that Sweeney reaches level 4, immediately back to dead Angela. And Angela wouldn't even be able to do anything. You can't even wait there fast enough in order to help the rest of the team. And if you do want to help the team, you have to sacrifice some of these creeps in lane because once you hard got away, that is creeps that will be marching over to your turret.
As I will just straight up say, the win condition for Philippines in this game is to survive the mid game. If they're able to do that, they're scaling to carry them through the later stages. But Indonesia will be in complete control starting from now to around like the 12-minute mark. Just because there's so much burst damage, hard guard and Ventus use on the Agon, able to reflect some damage onto Vival at least. So this is what I'm talking about. Philippines, they don't need kills. They just need to survive.
Look, I'm not expecting that level of Salvan coming in from Diagon. I know I can expect quite a bit of a heal coming in from the hardware from the side of Angela, but just going out of the way and just popping the vengeance and healing all the way back up, that is kind of insane.
They're still going to continue on the pressure here from Indonesia. Even the glorious dash, I think Spirit of Alpha actually missed on Diagon. Curtain call comes out. Diagon able to spell back a lot of the HP back. And Indonesia are not able to find the kills they need. But they're still creating a pretty big lead for themselves by stealing away jungle camp.
It's all about the jungle camp that will be taken away, especially the purple buff, just so that they can cripple El Puerto even more from this point onwards. And that's the control that we're talking about, right? Here's the problem. When, at least for me, right? I always have a problem when it comes down to that mid lane role, mid lane Angela, plus that jungle link. Because link is so reliant onto the gold, onto the purple buff. If you put a Angela in the middle lane, of course there are people that manage to deal with this quite easily. You'll lose purple buff a lot.
Hard guard being used on Perez to keep her alive, but there's just too much damage from Indonesia. They are wailing on the Philippines. Double kill already. And now even Amora is being chased down underneath her own tier 2. That's going to be a killing spree for Cine. And the window of timing for the Philippines is closing.
In theory, Philippines can actually move out of lane, especially when it comes down to EXP, in order to ensure that their purple buff is untouched. But still, we are talking about a CC. CC has got the defensive mechanism in the early stages, but not necessarily that kill threat against a three-man role for Indonesia.
This is quite a threat indeed. I feel like Indonesia is going to be trying to end this game as soon as possible. They know that Philippines will scale up very well. Oh, beautiful three-man knockup on the circling eagle. Purify used by Vivian. Actually died very deep to get that kill, so will sacrifice her life. Diagon with the vengeance, able to get out. Not too sure if the hard guard needed to be cancelled, but Indonesia still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so at least Philippines did manage to get a single kill out of that engagement. They're not exactly out for the count just yet, but also not exactly out of the woods yet. So Indonesia, they're gonna have to make full use of the upcoming Lord, which will be spawning in 30 seconds. Indonesia has constantly just looked at that, it's constantly been right in the opponent's jungle. Philippines lost control of their jungle, and that's just really hard to watch, especially seeing a Ling on that suffering end.
But it's exactly should and needs to be doing. Barrow in the mid lane, getting chased down, getting kicked on in a bad spot as well. Now already Indonesia in full control, and they need to be. If they don't end this game before like the 15-16 minute mark, Philippines are actually able to bounce back once they have their third or fourth items. Their damage actually becomes quite insane. So Indonesia cannot let up on the gas. They literally have to just keep pushing in until that crystal is broken. Because Philippines, like I've already emphasized multiple times, their goal this game is just to survive. They don't need to do anything more than that.
But the moment that they lose out all of the outer and the inner turrets, we will then look out for wave clear. The moment that you are stuck in your base, you want to look out for high ground, number one. Number two, AoE to be able to clear all of these things. And unfortunately for the Philippines, they don't have anyone at all that has that kind of capability.
Oh, Spirit of Alpha in Diagon just melts into a puddle. The Vengeance are literally doing nothing to stop Indonesia. As we are 10 minutes in and every external tower is gone. Lord pushing in mid lane. Philippines has no farm. There is an 8k goal difference. This is going to be a very short game unless they can make a huge defense here. Even the glorious halfway coming out. Mid inhibitor is gone. Minion wave being cleared up. Rivero stuck in an awkward spot. Monster kill for Cine. Hard guard on All Muerto, but what can she do? Tempted to place defensively to clear the Lord. But the damage coming in from Indonesia is too much. The bigger forward from Cine. That's a mistake actually. Shut down from Diagon. The Philippines will just barely survive now.
I would have believed that that was a GG go next kind of situation for the side of Philippines, but they are still defending. defending this pretty effectively. But now, that's crazy. Went straight in with explosive arrows and dealt crazy amount of damage to the main bodies of Philippines. And now they found the inhibitor in the bottom lane too.
They're going in again. Glorious halfway comes out. Vivero jumps in, tries to set something up, but she's just gone. And the rest of Philippines can do nothing but stand there and watch as Shell pelts down the crystal. The Heart Guard has come out with a crown, finally used on Vival. Could be punished here, but still able to trade for Perez in the end. It is a 2v3 situation, and yet Shell is the one that is actually pressuring the Philippines. Diagon dropping low, one hit away from death, but able to jump back into base. Shell probably doesn't want to stay here for too much longer. They're out of minions.
Oh,
Gonna work almost get punished from the sacrifices their life, and they will go ahead and end things. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a 2-2 score.
you can see just how desperate Indonesia is to end the game there. And they know because they cannot afford to go leading. And this is kind of like a once in a lifetime, or not once in a lifetime, but once in a game time opportunity where the opponent is just constantly being stifled over and over and over again. And based on the resources that they have done, they can still go for it. They can still fight. They have the lead. And in Indonesia is just capitalizing on that lead and they're playing according to it. So I absolutely love that.
Right, it's good identification, right, and good adjustment from what we saw earlier going into the Matilda Alpha so that you can play around the timing that you're more comfortable with. Philippines try to match that by going Angela lane CC, which should be able to give you at least a little bit of pressure into the mid game, but doesn't give you enough presence in the early minutes to stop Indonesia from running you down.
Realistically speaking, if we're kind of looking at the Robin trio being the Ling, Angela, as well as the Hilda, it is relatively fair to say that they actually pose a lot of single target threat. However, in the early stages of the game, I actually don't remember seeing the Angela and the Hilda traveling all that often. So I'm kind of surprised with the kind of mobility and the kind of play from Philippines. They can definitely defend all of that, especially the purple front.
They could have, but it was just too difficult to do so once Indonesia a little bit of lead under their belt. And a lot of that given over to our MVP, Fumi Echo, being able to open up the map and create a lot of space. There is a reason why heroes like the high-lows are often picked up, right? The ability to just pop that glorious halfway down, the absolute sandbag, and you know that Philippines really doesn't have that much damage early on, right? You only really have to worry about Vivero. And since Vivero is also the main front line, oftentimes she is dying before she can actually apply any of that pressure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 2-2. We're 4 games in this best of 7 game. This is where we actually go down all the way down to the wire. We might actually see all 7 games there. The knockout prediction
Oh boy.
is still up for grabs. It's still up for grabs. But hey, look, we asked for a best of 7, whereby it could very potentially go 6, 7 games. But we didn't ask for 35. Game number 1 was only tied. Game one was the only tie. So let's just let City go start.
But it is certainly impressive to see just how well matched these teams actually are. We are about to enter game 5 of the grand final, and neither team has matched points yet. It has been a back and forth every single time. I think the draft really needs some looking at from this point onward. I think especially we shouldn't see Ling anymore. Unfortunately, gap as well. It's something that the teams just haven't been able to get anywhere close to so far. The stamina, endurance, strategy, all going to be online.
So when they're all said and done, it is going to be an Angela as well as a Juiced being thrown over to the batting pool right off the bat. You do know that Indonesia is going to be on to the first ban. Philippines, the second ban. So when it comes down to this kind of configuration, we can always draw back to the previous games and kind of take some references, right? Especially when it comes down to the literal previous game, right? Indonesia was starting at the blue side as well. So they banned out heroes such as Kit, Angela, as well as Matilda. For the meantime, for the side of Philippines, they banned out both Jusin, Hilda, as well as the Iron.
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia decided to ban out the Matilda again. It actually ended up causing them a lot of issues uh, when it was used either way before. Still a very good early game hero for enabling lots of possibilities in the first couple minutes. But I think at this point, these teams have realized that you've got to play more active drafts, right? The few times that we have seen these teams try to go for later game scaling, it didn't end well for them.
Hmm. Okay, so far, when it comes down to Indonesia's bans, exactly. Okay, never mind. Completely the same bans for Indonesia and Philippines in, I believe, their gate number three. So, starting things out, this is the point in time where Sadafa says, "Okay, Hayabusa plus people this year."
Will it happen again? I was the first pick. I feel like it's still fine. It's just that they didn't properly respect the joy at the time, right? If they had more CC, I feel like it could have worked out for them, and they didn't really go in that direction. If they wanted to go Hayabusa first again, I'm fine with that. If they want to go Suyo first, that's okay as well. Or if they want to default back to their classic high-lows opening, I feel like then yeah, you can reset the momentum somewhat. But they're gonna go with the Suyo, which is a little bit more interesting.
Now, with the studio being picked up from Indonesia, that means that Philippines, they have a chance to pick up the Hayabusa if they so very much want to. And we haven't really quite seen the Hayabusa played by Philippines ever since game number one. They still have quite a lot of other heroes that they can consider, pick out, being the Hylos, Gatotkacha, all of which are also available. What else are we getting? Oh, is there anything else I'm lacking of or like missing out? Khalid, I suppose?
Yeah, Khalid is there. Let's see, yeah, the toe probably is what we
Ah,
were missing out on.
Joe.
The toe, Hayabusa can be locked in here since Indonesia went for the Suyo as well. And toe has so far been having a very high success rate here at the Asian Esports Games, precisely because only teams that are confident with the hero is willing to pick him up.
Oh man. Okay, so no more show on the video, right? Vivero gets that show. I think it's still fine, definitely, as long as Philippines is able to pick out heroes in either the gold lane or the mid lane that can really prioritize and really make full use of that big target meltdown.
Ooh, Indonesia going for the jawhead into the high-low. So this will immediately let them play very hard and very fast. But
Mm.
they would ideally need the burst damage to follow up on it. Jawhead, despite being very good at displacing people, is facing up against a toe. And a good toe will actually punish a Jawhead for walking very far forward, especially with that unstoppable force. So, let's see if Indonesia is able to deal with that.
Yeah, it kind of is an either or situation between the toe as well as the jawhead, right? If the jawhead is the one that makes the move first, then that's the toe that will be tossed backwards. But in the meantime, a simple flicker plus out from the side of toe is going to send this jawhead into the depths of hell. So at least the main thing that we are looking out for when it comes down to the jawhead is to be able to threaten the rover in the early phases of the game, where no one is going to be around to assist the show to get some free, easy kills. At least you'll be able to whittle down the show to a low amount of health and kind of encourage the show to either go back home or respect the space between Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is that Toe is oftentimes picked early these days because he can actually be flexed into both the roam AFC position. But when the Philippines have picked up this hero, it has exclusively been played by Vivero. So we've never actually seen Diagon on the show so far. Not too sure if she's actually capable of playing it in the EXP lane, and that might reduce the flexibility of the hero a bit in the draft.
I think that Indonesia also know of that fact, so it's pretty fair to say that the show, yep, we're just going to be keeping the show down over to the road that will leave the EXP lane still very much open, but at this point in time, right, EXP lanes as well as the roam. The heroes are largely the same in this current meta. So Gata Gata is out, Hylos has been picked out already. We're just left with the lead. The potential could go out from the side of Indonesia.
But I like the hard focus from the Philippines into these final two bands. Sunny has so far shown really impressive performance on both the Faramis and the Kadita, and their growth has been taken off the table. A lot of the remaining mages aren't the best overall, and although we keep singing praises for Loi Yi and Eve, it just doesn't seem like the players here are the most comfortable with going for them, which kind of is a shame if you ask me, but hey, you gotta go with what you're practiced on.
I don't know, but it seemed as though, considering the fact that Vexon, okay, I mean, that Aurora is still available, Skinny might still go for the Aurora to say, but because they have the high loss, they have on the opponent side, I still want to see the RWM. I still want to see the Reeves because Indonesia's lineup with the Reeves is actually not too shabby. You have the Jawhead that can very potentially throw people back into the RWM in the event that someone spikes that out.
Yeah, I feel like it would work really, really well, and Eve can combo really powerfully with either Hylos or the top two, right? That's why we see them picked up so often together, even in the professional scene. The Hylos is already available, so why not go for the full out, and then you can create a bit more safe space for your marksman, whatever it is going to end up being. There are actually very few marksman bans in this entire draft. Heart is the only one that was removed. So a lot of power picks still on the table. Bruno is still there. We still got the Beatrix, still got the Moskov. Interested to see what the first choices are gonna be.
Yeah, so looking at it, if Indonesia wants to attack, they gotta have to snag it away from Philippines, right? And naturally, when we think about marksman and burst, that works well in the early stages. I'll always be keeping an eye on either Bruno or a Beatrix, and especially if they want to, if they play Reed as well, that is especially a siege comp that plays very well into the business too.
The Lunox and Moskov. I'm okay with the Moskov somewhat. The maneuverability is going to be able to help out here. We've already seen good dash usage, being able to disjoint the OG shadow skill by spreading it to other minions and things like that. But the Lunox mid lane, it was okay last time because it was against an Angela, but now you're against a Vexana. There's no way you're going to have mid lane priority.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're getting any priority. It's more the fact that Lunas just wants to stay alive, wants to stay over the series of games. They're looking for mates that have got the means to survive by themselves, just so that the OG Shadow Kill will not be a threat to the mate itself.
Mm-hmm. With the Clink coming out to provide that extra range for the Philippines, their lane prio is actually very, very solid, right? Their EXP and gold lane should be able to hold out pretty strongly. But mid lane prio, actually also kind of in their favor because of the Lunox, right? Jawhead's the only one that can really roam around and make that difference. I guess we'll see.
I want to keep my eyes really peeled out. Philippines, at this point in time, the draft in the early game, yeah, is the way to go. That is probably towards them. You haven't got a show, and in the meantime, when it comes down to burst damage, technically speaking, Clint is also one of the solid burst marksmen that can find very early kills, especially if you happen to want to tag in with the haptics kind of thing going on to that Clint. I think that would be of at least very good right off the bat in order for them to kind of work their way into a snowball and try to get a tempo.
Yeah, the thing is, Philippines is guaranteed mid and and gold lane trials here. The only lanes that are somewhat even are EXP and maybe Rome. But even then, Vivero can probably outplay Vivian if the skills are used correctly. So I see the Philippines holding the advantage in the early to mid game.
Well, these are Philippines that just constantly just getting themselves to early game for sure. Morris as well as Vivero get themselves middleweight here easy. But this also means that in Indonesia they can always come in with a surprise. Just in the Philippines, they could have had gotten someone in there, but Philippines they're very very safe. Make sure that it doesn't go into the zebra, which is definitely a very good call.
Yeah, I think Philippines also knows that Indonesia in this game is not gonna be particularly aggro. Their lineup doesn't work for it too well, at least until you hit level 4. Philippines are okay with waiting for that timing themselves.
Yeah, so it's all about the ultimate game. The main thing is once Cine hits level 4, yeah, the power of the chaos darkening is something you gotta have to look out for. But let's be honest, all the darkening is great against tank heroes, and for the side of Philippines, not a lot of that.
Vival gonna be able to steal the turtle away. Philippines immediately disengaged, but Al Puerto jumps back in once he hit level 4 with Yogi shadow kill. Phineas somehow survives with a tiny bit of HP, and Al Puerto falls in the first blood. Now Vivero jumps in with the Jeet Kune Do, but is not able to control in time. Cine picks up a kill of her own.
Great play thus far. 2 kills for the side of Indonesia. A little bit of a change this time because, like you said before, it's always been a trade. They kind of like a rotation in terms of kills for Indonesia and Philippines. Whoever that starts off at a red side somehow always finds himself the first blood. But it seems like the curse is kind of gone already. Indonesia 2-0. Yeah, I believe that, yes, the turtle is also given away to the side of Vival, while Alpuerto didn't have that great of a perfect.
Yeah, I feel. Oh, hold on. Here comes the ensemble for the toss. Diagon into the tower. A very easy kickoff for B-Ball on Indonesia.
Now, with Indonesia with a 3-kill lead, we can definitely be sure that rotation is going to be fast, and Philippines will want to counteract to that as well.
Indonesia shell now being targeted, trying to clear out the minions, but Moscow just doesn't have enough pressure early on, so the 4-man gangs down here gonna be able to find another kickoff.
But I don't see that Vivian is joined in by anyone else just yet. Cine as well, Vival may just join in, but we are looking at a potential 3 versus 5, 3 versus 4, they're right, 4v4.
Yeah, the Spirit of Destruction comes in so that Shell is actually able to come back to lane quick enough to catch some of the remaining minions so that she doesn't fall too far behind in Perez in terms of farm. And we can see that Indonesia, despite the fact that they don't really have the best lane priority, are still going for very aggro gameplay. I think Philippines needs to take advantage of this to just split push. They go for Amores instead, force out the flicker. I don't think they're going to be able to Diagon. Maybe in some trouble as Power Force comes out, but they're not able to continue it.
Well, no more Raging Sandstorm for this upcoming fight against Indonesia. Let's start Vivero.
Oh, Guerrero messed up the flicker and the way of the dragon, so Cine is able to pick her off. This watch shadow comes in from Al Puerto. Vivian actually buying a lot of time against Diagon as now Cine walks into the back lane to zone out the Philippines alongside Arumi Echo. And this is going to be a big turtle for Indonesia.
Oh, that's kind of unfortunate for the side of Vivero, right? Wanted to go for I think that Will Dragon plus Flicker combination, but it didn't work so well at all. So small little micro mistakes right off the bat, but never mind. We move on from that point onwards. But at least Philippines did still manage to find a single kill in the bag at this point in time, and they're not too far away in terms of gold by in terms of the economical lead as well. Philippines, what we want to do is very likely just kind of ensure that Perez gets enough farm, and this is why Philippines are actually putting a lot of well people down in the bottom lane, hoping that Shell just kind of
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to try and hyper farm Perez. Shell actually takes the of destruction. The flicker in on Sabo Voice. He's actually going to miss. However, there's no escape for Rivero and Amores as Viva get an instant and easy double kill. Blade Surge. Perez just barely dodges it, but look at the damage. Perez still alive with 10%. I think Indonesia will leave it there.
Well, there's no other better way than to say that the Hunter got hunted. And that was grueling for the side of Indonesia. They're so well prepared for that.
Sector onto Diagon as he tries to come from the flank. Indonesia not going to commit to this. They're just buying space and time because Cell has already picked off the bottom tier 1 tower.
Oh, now. It's as though that Indonesia is currently 5 kill lead against Philippines. We're looking at about 1.9, close to 2,000 gold lead, and with the total currently and of course about to be popped out soon as well. Philippines, I'm not exactly sure whether they have got the answer or are they got a way to really deal with Indonesia at this point in time, especially to the Echo getting 10 kill already.
Indonesia is very good at taking these scrappy fights. Sydney taking a lot of hits, but able to pop the brilliance and get away. Bilbao, just kill for free. Conceal use on both teams here to try and catch Vivian. But Vivian's taking so much time, and Perez has already lost her life in the mid lane. In the meantime, Vivian probably going to be... Oh, the sector play going on Puerto back. He has to flip it forward with Yogi Shadow kill in order to finally finish off the hit.
So, now... Indonesia manages to cleanse out the T1 turret in the middle lane and the bottom lane. Just going to be left with one more turret in the top lane, but not that big of a deal. Because the main deal is the fact that they managed to bring down the T1 in the middle. This way, Indonesia should be able to have a very strong lead on top of Philippines, just kind of like choke out El Puerto to get any form of purple buff. Just talking about a Hayabusa. Hayabusa needs some of those energy. And taking away the purple buff, ooh, that's gonna be rough. And especially since Lord is about to spawn down the bottom lane, it just so happens anonymously works so well for Indonesia because that is where the two T1 turrets are taken down. Indonesia can take this jungle, no problem.
Ooh, Vivian gonna get kicked. Punished for taunting. This is why you don't spam recall there. Brilliant use. Sydney's able to get away, but that really should not have happened. You've got to check the rest of the brothers before you do something like that.
Well, a small little mistake from the side of Indonesia. That is definitely going to be funny. Well, Philippines, this is the point in time where you actually manage to see a true meaning of capitalize on mistakes, right? And Indonesia is just a little bit of fun going on for the side of Vivian, while the rest of the side of Philippines, they need to kind of get themselves back on track. And they gotta have to find back the groove before eventually starting to fight here. Look at that.
The Agon almost melted down, Raging Sandstorm defensively to get back to Inhibitor. Will be able to survive that at least, but Indonesia keeping a very tight leash on their opponents right now, consistently scouting out the map to make sure that they know where they are at all times.
But the Lord is currently under siege by the members of Indonesia. Philippines might be looking for something over here. Vivero does have the flicker, but they quite find anyone just yet. But slowly but surely, Philippines will be able to find something, but I'm mostly just looking for combos, like wombo combo, the Bunga kind of thing going about. One thing that I can definitely believe that Diagon plus Morris is going to be the lead.
Ooh, way on the dragon onto Boomy Echo, revitalized Forest, halfway comes out, Boomy Echo able to walk away, and Vivian and Sydney are just zoning out the Philippines. That's a lot of resources used. Duval now going to start pulling the Lord over to their half of the map. There is actually a pretty notable wave building up on the top lane as well, so Perez has to go on over to deal with it. Indonesia immediately shifting over to macro play to pull the members of the Philippines apart.
The Lord is still in his pit and is still looking for someone to kill him. And but speaking of which,
yep, Viva gets it. Vivero trying to disrupt and not able to do so, and Indonesia gets a free kill for the trouble.
Yep, now the Lord going to the side of Indonesia. A free kill from Vivero is gonna be definitely the key choose that will be taken down all across the map. But Del, as well. Tower has basically able to take down this turret. So looking great, especially if they're able to bring these troops all the way into the holy defense. That's great. Middle lane holy defense is already taken down. There is definitely some level of possibility for Indonesia to bring down the inhibitor turret in middle lane.
Something we have to note as well. I personally feel like Indonesia has a slightly better late game composition. I feel like their DPS, once they have their full items, is a little bit more consistent overall. So Philippines also cannot afford to be in the position they're in right now. The goal lead in Indonesia's favor means that they are in full control of every phase of the game. Top lane holy defense going to be used up. Royce halfway comes in. Brilliant! Melting down the Philippines on double force. He checks it with two-man stun on the Lourdes. The Icon trying to do their best, but it's already in a double streak. Over there for Tibao. So we unfortunately a bit too big. Will end up losing her life, but the Lord is on top of the crystal. And we can see Moscow working on his shell, doing so much damage. El Bueno gets melted down. And another blade turn. Saves in place. The tempo has been broken. Indonesia at match point.
Oh, we're finally down to the match point, and of course, Indonesia, they broke the tempo and they broke that back and forth going around between Philippines and Indonesia, and now Philippines, the ball is back onto their court. How do they want to play the next game, being the final lifeline?
It's impressive to see what has happened here, though. Philippines got to come up with some sort of strategy. Otherwise, one more victory is all Indonesia needs to take the entirety of the Asian Esports Games. I have some small doubts about whether or not their composition would end up working out, but some very active rotations and smart timing made sure that they were able to supersize against the Philippines. They knew that the Philippines had a slightly better early to mid game, so they make sure to just start things off as soon as possible to make sure they're able to put a stop to that.
I think one of the main things that Liverpool couldn't really get for themselves is a synergy, right? They have got the show that can single people out and kind of pick off them, but they don't have the damage to really go for the pickoff. Because once the kick happens, the people swarm from them, the feeling of the damage, the base damage of those skills is just not built
He
you can't really expect the magic ball. You can't really expect Yagon to just especially one man out whoever that Zero picks. You
he
can definitely expect Morris to go for the